One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
You've quoted General Milley calling Donald Trump a fascist. You yourself have not used that word to describe him. Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I also believe that the people who know him best on this subject should be trusted. Again, look at their career.
And, one other thing that you'll see next week, Caitlin, is Trump actually reenacting the Madison Square Garden rally in 1939. I write about this in my book. President Franklin Roosevelt was appalled that neo-Nazis, fascists in America were lining up to essentially pledge their support for the kind of government that they were seeing in Germany. So I don't think we can ignore it. Now,
in the last few days, the vice president has started to talk about Donald Trump.
All right, I want to tell you, it's been a really bad day for the lib nuts. A really bad day. I feel bad for them. Not even this much. Not even this much. They got busted a couple times trying to basically cheat the election. Ballots are being found forged and fraudulent. We got people in the mailroom. We got U.S. Postal Service people throwing away ballots. It's getting really, really bad. They didn't think people were watching this closely. And now they're finding out that people are like, oh, we see what you did. Oh, we're seeing what you did. And it's all coming out. It's being tracked. And now we can see the wheels are falling off. You forget her rankings. Like I've told you, this thing is over. Now it's just a matter of what happens after the election. You see, they've been trying to figure out how they're going to stuff the ballot here or stuff the ballot there. But unfortunately, they got some real bad news today. That bad news says election day deadlines are now supported, or actually are supported by nearly 80% of the voting public. We've polled this over and over again. This is Richard Barris, who runs a pollster outfit, asking multiple different scenarios, and voters do not care. They think it's too exploitable, unnecessary, and unfair. This was 100% the right decision. What was the right decision? Well, the Fifth Court of Appeals, Fifth Circuit Court of the United States has determined nationally no more with this election counting votes for days and days and days. All the ballots need to be in on election day. Period. End of story. Done. So if you've got overseas ballots, if you've got military ballots, whatever you got, whatever you're holding, you're hoping that you're going to spring something on at 3 o'clock in the morning, that ain't going to happen no more. They found out today that game is over. And heads literally start exploding. In addition to all this, Trump's an Adolf guy, which I'm going to show you backfired big time. Then the Washington Post, well, actually one guy, the guy who owns the Washington Post, Jeff Bezos, he told his people beneath him, no, we're not endorsing Kamala Harris. You see, they wanted to. The editor-in-chief wanted to endorse Kamala Harris. They were getting ready to release it, and Bezos said, nah, ain't gonna happen. That guy resigned. He got pissed off and he resigned, and then it became a complete mutiny, and then all the usual suspects began chiming in. Oh, what are we going to do? Trump's a Nazi. Something magnificent is happening right now. The most important guy at the Washington Post, Jeff Bezos, the editor just resigned after Jeff Bezos blocked them from issuing an endorsement of Kamala Harris. The joy is departing them. They are now fighting each other in public and throwing tantrums. God is on the move. By the way, I didn't realize Peter Griffin from Family Guy was the top guy at the Post. And so William Lewis, who is the editor-in-chief publisher, he resigned. He was so pissed off. I'm done. I can't do with this. And then on top of that, then people started posting their, canceling their subscriptions. This one from Mark Hamill just canceled the newspaper that told us democracy dies in darkness. Nobody cares, Mark. Your movies were decades ago. Nobody cares. George Conway. I don't even know how his wife stayed with him. He posted his subscription has been canceled. And then, of course, you get the other nut job who hasn't been relevant in years, Keith Olbermann. His Washington Post subscription has been canceled. It's been a very, very bad day for the left. All this stuff just keeps happening and happening and happening. And it's only getting better. You see, when I do my pre-show here, I like to tell you what I found out during the day and what's been going on. And it just keeps more and more stuff. This Fifth Circuit thing is much bigger than the Washington Post story. The Washington Post story is just something for you to laugh at. The fact that they're all freaking out right now because of this. But the other big story is now we're finding out that, as you saw in the intro, Kamala Harris and Hillary and everybody else has said, we got a great strategy. What's that strategy? We're going to go out here and say that, Trump's a Adolf follower. Can't say the word. But that's not working either.
Trump is a fascist, as someone who's spoken approvingly of Hitler. Raise your hand if you've heard about those comments. Okay. What do folks think? Is that something that's persuasive to you? Is that something that you'll factor into your vote? Linda?
To me, it's horrible that she's saying that about him. If he was saying that about her, everybody would be up in arms. I just don't think that's right to come in.
Thank you, sorry, Linda. What other folks think about what the vice president's saying based on accounts of people who've worked with the President Trump? What do folks think about her making those charges and those characterizations?
She obviously thinks it's going to help her. I don't think it does at all. I don't know why, if it was Kelly who heard the president say that, I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I don't think he'd lie. I think you said that, Mark.
No, he wouldn't lie. No, none of these generals would lie, would they?
On an episode. But I think that he had a responsibility to resign the day that was said, if that's true. I don't think that's the case.
So the Democrats want you to believe that Mark Kelly, I think it was Mark Kelly, John Kelly, heard Donald Trump say something that he, something to the effect of that he admired, the way Adolf did things, which is kind of weird to me. Let me just tell you why this is weird. I know and have known many World War II buffs in my life. And many people have discussed, wow, he had some people in his army, forget the atrocities, but they were masterful in what they were putting together. And I've heard people say that. I'm like, how can you? He goes, I forget about it. You may not like the quarterback. You may not like the team, but you're like, wow, how they did this, the strategic nature of what they did, that, not the atrocities. Make sure you understand. I am not at all going, I'm just saying when they draw things up, today even, in military strategery, a lot of what they did back then with the limited armament that they had versus what they have now, people learned from that. Different armies around the world learned from what he did. Not the crazy stuff. Just that, how did he, wall off here? How did he do this? You've seen the big boards and how they're moving stuff around. So understand, I wasn't in the room. Kamala definitely wasn't in the room. I don't know what Trump said, but I could understand he having gone to a military school. He may have said, the guy made some really, strategic moves when he was doing this. He was a nut. He was an absolute crazy guy, but he did stuff. And so, what we're missing from years of wondering what happened is context. And I'm not sticking up for Trump because I wasn't there. And I'm not denigrating Kelly and saying he's lying. I'm just saying, if it happened the way Kelly says it happened, why did you wait all this time to 2 weeks before the election to say anything? You just had this stroke of memory? That makes you suspect. That makes you right there feel like you have different motivation. And it's not working with these people.
Okay. What do other folks think?
I can't. I think part of the reason why I'm being pushed towards Trump so strongly is that I find that the Democrats and the left just keep going straight to Hitler all of the time with everything. Like it, and if it's not the left pushing Hitler, it's the right pushing Stalin. So it's like we're fighting World War II every single day for every single election. So it's so exhausting. I think it just detracts from, it pushes me away from their position, and it's so hyperbolic that it makes it impossible to have good discussions, and I think it ruins the discourse.
Does anybody think it's valuable or something you want to hear from the vice president? Anybody? Raise your hand if you think this is something that's important for her to be talking about.
This is a very small focus group, but it's unanimous. I mean, there's not many things you could talk to people about and get a unanimous opinion. And these people, black, white, female, male, all like, doesn't move the needle whatsoever. So I'm not sure where Kamala and her team are thinking and where they're getting information that this matters to anybody.
Anybody?
No.
Okay.
My name is...
Now, I showed this earlier, and since the time I showed it during the first show, during the press conference, this video is picked up steam and is garnering millions and millions and millions of views. If I were Kamala's campaign manager, I would immediately tell her after seeing this video, enough. Let it go. Never say it again. Because now what you're doing is you're insulting the actual victims of Adolf. And so I'm going to play it again because I want you to hear what this guy has to say. And you tell me, if you were her campaign manager, would you dare continue talking about Trump as Adolf when you hear an actual victim of Adolf?
Jerry Wartsky. I'm 94 years old and survivor of Auschwitz and the death marches. Adolf Hitler invaded Poland when I was 9 years old. He murdered my parents and most of our family. I know more about Hitler than Kamala will ever know in 1,000 lifetimes. For her to accuse President Trump of being like Hitler is the worst thing I've ever heard in my 75 years living in the United States. I know President Trump, and he would never say this, and Kamala Harris knows this. She owes my parents and everybody else who was murdered by Hitler an apology for repeating this lie.
Why should the Jewish people support President Trump?
Because he's a mensch. I believe that President Trump is definitely going to be good for Israel, because in everything that he's done up to now was in favor. He never double-crossed anyone, and he never showed any weakness. Watching President Trump pray for the hostages at the OHL and getting to spend time with him so meaningful. He has always stood with the Jewish people and the state of Israel.
It's very hard.
You know, if you don't like Trump, it's understandable. If you don't want to vote for him, you think he's a horrible person, you think Orange Man bad, that's fine. All of that. But you shouldn't have to manufacture a complete lie that affects people who vote more so than the person you're attacking. You know, if you said Trump is a philanderer and he's cheated on his wife and he's done this, you're just amplifying the truth. Doesn't mean people really give a crap about it, but you are amplifying the truth. There's nothing, and I'm sure as big a man as he is, he's like, yeah, I did it. That was me. I was a young billionaire, whatever. But when you have to concoct an entire story about him being a fascist and Adolf, and you're starting to turn people away, and you've got a guy whose family was murdered by Adolf, and there are millions of Jewish people who know other Jewish people who were murdered by Adolf. You're affecting people and you're bringing those memories up, and it's not working. It's not working at all. Something tells me you'd want to fix that. I don't know. I'd want to fix that. So before we get too much further, let me tell you a little bit about the sponsor of the show. That would be Lear Capital. I got an email today that somebody put in a buy, an amazing buy. They understand the need to basically hedge their bets at this point, make sure everything's taken care of. This was a 73-year-old woman. I'm glad we could help her. They can help you. If you see what's going on in the world right now and what may happen here in America, you may want to prepare and pay attention. You know that Lear Capital is a big supporter of this show. If you want to be protected in the event that things go off the wall, I advise you to look into buying gold and silver. We are all just one catastrophic event away from the value of the American dollar plunging. Do you know what's not plunging? Gold and silver. In fact, gold hit an all-time high recently. In fact, I think it hit it again today. I'm telling you now, make sure that you have some form of your money invested in precious metals. Lear Capital will ship your gold or your silver coins directly to your house. It's not just a certificate. You can store them in your gun safe, or you can store them off-site in a 24-hour protected facility. It's totally up to you. But when things go crazy here, or across the world, the value of the American dollar is going to decline. It's inevitable, and it might not even take a war. We may do it to ourselves. And I mean, if the Federal Reserve plays around with interest rates, the US dollar will likely decline in value as well. Meanwhile, you'll see gold and silver continue to rise in value. If you call Lear Capital, they will take the time to educate you and answer all of your questions about gold and silver. Just give them a call at 800-601-5430 or go to Learberry, that's me, Learberry.com, to download your free de-dollarization report. You should know that Lear Capital is an American company. If you call them today, you'll be speaking with people right here in the United States. Now is the time to take action. Don't wait until after the election. That could be too late. We all want Trump to be elected. But if he isn't, or if they find a way to steal it, you'd better be prepared. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, ask them how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold with a qualifying purchase. There's absolutely no obligation to buy anything. Just free information on protecting your hard-earned dollars with gold and silver. You know, when you think about it, you're actually not buying anything. You're simply going to be exchanging dollars for gold, moving currency. Give them a call today. Tell them Barry sent you.
Hard to cover a campaign when one side's clearly doing better and not lean into everybody in Wilmington's an idiot, Trump's going to win, is very hard. And it's particularly challenging when you've got things at cross purposes. On the one hand, half the country thinks Donald Trump's Satan. Okay? They don't like to hear anything positive about the Trump campaign. On the other hand, it's not the media's job or honest analyst's job to pretend things that aren't happening. So don't go overboard. We're not going to go overboard here and say it's over, Trump's going to win. But a lot of what we're going to talk about today is not great for Kamala Harris. Again, it doesn't mean Trump's a great guy in the eyes of all of America. It doesn't mean Trump's going to win. But where we are right now is there increasing problems to the Democratic Party. You saw it in the punditry from Democrats last night on CNN after the town hall. You saw it on morning television, where Democratic pundits trying to be poker-faced are clearly feeling what a lot of Democratic donors are feeling and Democratic elected officials are feeling, which is there's no time left for her to get better.
This guy is trying to break it to Democrats. He's trying to break it to his liberal friends on MSNBC and different things. This is Mark Halperin, who used to be on MSNBC. And he's like, he's trying to soften the landing, people. It's not looking good, and there's no time to move the needle. Who's been telling you that? Yeah, that's me. I've been telling you that. There's no time. It's all baked in. The idea of there being a bunch of undecideds, as I've told you, does not exist. Everybody at this point has made their mind up. There are no different candidates. There may be some people who flip, but there are no undecideds. I don't care if she's got Beyonce or Paul McCartney with the other Beatles that are still alive. Doesn't matter. The people going to see her tonight are already baked in. For the same matter, the people who watch Trump tonight are already baked in. The problem for her is that there's a lot more of us than there are of them. And you don't have time to cultivate more and more, and you're hemorrhaging the people that you need to vote for you. This whole Adolf fascist stuff is really backfiring on you.
And I think the biggest story of the news cycle is, along with Trump loves Hitler, which we'll talk about, is her performance last night was the last straw for a lot of Democrats.
As well it should be. You see, you can call Trump every name in the book. Doesn't really matter. I don't care what you say Trump is. I'm looking at you. What you got? Your rear view mirror, that guy back there is a bad guy, ain't working anymore. Because you don't have the goods. I don't care if Beyonce is playing. I don't care if Springsteen is playing. Once they leave the stage, you got to carry the show. And your only message right now is Trump is bad. Trump is bad. And then you're going to go have a rally where the January 6th incident took place, and you're going to try and recreate that. But you're not saying anything positive about yourself, meaning you are on total defense. There's nothing you're doing to move the ball down the field. All you're trying to do is to stop the hemorrhaging. It's not working.
No more. The more she does it, the better she'll get. Dan, talk about what you viewed about her performance last night, why it's considered in Democratic circles to be such a disaster.
Yeah, I think...
Now, this guy's a Democrat strategist.
The good news was she drove her message. As you said, Trump, the Hitler remark, Trump is a fascist. That is in most headlines, in most opening paragraphs of the story. And for people who don't pay attention day in and day out and glance at the news, in that regard, it was mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished, but not a successful mission. There's two different things. If I want to launch an operation and I execute, I'm mission accomplished. But did you hit anything? I mean, you missed the target. Doesn't mean you had a successful mission. Saying it and putting it out there so that the newspaper runs with it, as you can see on my headline there, you're basically ushering in the end of the media as well. Not just the end of Kamala, you're destroying the media because their credibility is going out the window with Kamala.
The challenge is, as we've talked about now going back to August, is, and you heard it in the questions that were asked to her last night, people who want to know more about her. And what you saw last night, time and again, was when she was asked a question, and I don't believe a single question was like totally out of the blue where like, you know, anyone on this Zoom would be taken aback of like, ooh, that's a curveball. Her initial reaction often is a facial expression of almost surprise and discomfort. Then you can see the wheel spinning in her head. Kind of, how do I say something without saying anything, without offending, without kind of really answering the question?
I.e., let me just translate what he just said. How do I say something in my vapid mind that they won't realize that I'm lying out my ass? Because if you had to do all that when somebody asks you a question after you've been vice president for 4 years and those wheels are turning and everybody can see it, then that means you're lying.
And then pivoting, as Joe Biden famously said about kind of Rudy Giuliani, a noun, a verb, and Trump is a fascist, right? And you could see the voters' kind of faces, and I think a lot of these people wanted to be for her, kind of like I'm not feeling you, right?
That's her problem. See, it's not undecided. It's people who are leaning into her. I'm going to vote for Kamala. You got nothing. You really got nothing.
It's a cold kind of like a teacher talking to a pupil. And I think, you know, we saw this in 2019, and there was a hope that as she did more interviews and settled down and got more comfortable, that you would see kind of a human being with some passion, some humor, because we talk about it.
I don't need the passion and the humor. I need to know she's got the intelligence. I mean, I was never going to vote for her anyway, but I was looking at her and go, okay, she's probably going to be fairly intelligent. She's the vice president. I mean, they hid her away the entire time. She didn't even do anything. So all this was a surprise to everybody. And then you had the media come in and basically give her the big bear hug, and the media tried to drag her over the line.
Trump is having fun. Like, it is clear as day that he's feeling pretty good. So I think the frustrating part to Democrats is it is clear that she is just not really capable right now of answering that question, why should I be for you?
This is a Democrat strategist. He's bringing the heat. He's like, we're not comfortable because you can't answer questions. This is 10 days, 11 days before the election, and they're just now figuring out, hey, man, she might not be capable of doing this.
And I hope that, you know, enough voters decide that she doesn't have to, but I don't feel confident about that.
Hold on a second. I hope enough voters are stupid is basically what he just said. But I'm not really confident in that. And he had to laugh himself, realizing that, oh, man, what have we got ourselves into?
So, Glenn, you mentioned earlier you had a prediction about...
All right, so before Glenn goes here, this is very interesting. As you can see the title, I've made this video. I said the end of Kamala and the media. Because what Glenn is going to say here is something I've been thinking and something I've been developing on my own. Some of you have wondered, Barry, are you ever going to go back to doing your own stuff? Oh, yeah, I am. I'm developing my news show, and it's. I hope you're going to like it, but I'm basically going to do 2 or 3 different news items every night at 7 p.m. We're going to talk about those items. It won't just be Trump events, obviously, because he won't be doing as many events. If he does a press conference from the Oval Office or the press room, I'll cover that. But I'm going to be going back to doing my own show. Okay, then why is that? Because in my due diligence, I have seen right now there is a huge opening. A massive opening for what I want to do. So I'm going to clue you guys in. On this side, and I don't mean to be left or right or anything, but on this side, you have a lot of people out here on YouTube who are making videos and chasing views and trying to find this one story that they can make a 10 or 12 minute video. I'm not interested. And on this side, you have people that are developing audiences and shows. And those people on this side are like the guys in Redacted, like Benny, Patrick Bet David, Megyn Kelly. They're building brands. That's what I want to do. I want to build a brand. I want you guys to come along on my journey to build the Fanfare brand. Anybody can chase a story and just go, hey, here's a story. And the guy took off his underwear, blah, blah, blah. I'm not interested. I want to build a brand and enlarge my core audience, and I want to be the media. I feel like I've earned that at this point with you. I've got some credibility, and I want to continue down that road. Why do I want to go down that road? Because Glenn Beck, with this piece I'm going to show you, is going to explain fully what I believe is going to happen in the next 6 to 12 months. Glenn may think it's going to be a little bit longer. I think it's going to be 6 to 12 months. And I believe it's going to start tonight, tomorrow, or Sunday when Joe Rogan releases this podcast with Donald Trump. You see, I think Elon Musk and Joe Rogan are going to usher in a completely different way of doing things. And the media is going to be toast. Listen to what Glenn says, in this piece.
2028? Yeah, so this is something I thought about earlier this week, and I was late on a prediction that I made. This would fulfill a prediction I made in 2010, and I was way too early on it, but I think it will happen by 2028. And we will know, I believe, by Monday if this is going to happen.
Okay.
Joe Rogan can completely end this election. He can end it. He can, by being on Joe Rogan.
By Trump being on Joe Rogan, which Trump taping tomorrow.
Right. By Trump being on Joe Rogan, it airs tomorrow too, doesn't it? I think it does.
I don't.
By the way, nobody knows when it's going to air yet. There's been people thinking it was 10 o'clock tonight. Maybe it will. There's been no official announcement from the Rogan camp when the episode actually drops.
No. Okay. When it airs, you will know within a couple of days. If that changes this election, one way or the other, dramatically changes this election, this will be the last election that ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN has won the debates, and two, has any real role to play in elections in America. They have so discredited themselves, but they still hold that position. They have a lock on that. But that will change because both parties will say, holy crap, the new media is where all of the juice is. And
yeah. That is exactly what I think is going to happen. Politically, globally, I mean, those of you who may not know at this point right now, it appears, I don't know to what extent, but Israel, breaking news for you, Israel just attacked Iran. So you're going to see, maybe Trump will talk about it when he gets on stage. Maybe he will be late getting on stage because this breaking news that, Israel has decided to go after Iran. And now the United States is going to be in a quandary here because you got to back Israel. But at the same time, you got this candidate that needs all these Muslim votes. And what are you going to do, Kamala? And are they going to, don't get involved, because if the United States gets involved, then here comes China and here comes Russia. Oh, this is about to be World War III. Things are going to break loose. I've been telling you to be prepared. So here we are 10 days, 11 days before United States election. Our media is completely screwed. They've pushed all in on Kamala. And now their favored candidate is going to be in the midst of what could be the new World War III, or the World War III. if Israel didn't just launch something, but put on a full-scale effort, what's she going to do? What Biden going to do? They can't do anything. And then Trump's going to be on stage in about 10, 15 minutes or less, and he's going to talk about it. And the world's going to see a strong male fighter who they're going to look at, man, we need this guy. These people don't know what the hell they're doing. And so as Glenn is talking about this, you're going to see over the next couple of days this media continue to implode. Their candidate is toast. There's a war possibly going on. And they're caught in the middle because they put all their chips into Kamala. They wanted to make her the second coming, and now they can't extricate themselves from it. So let Glenn continue.
You're seeing this. Donald Trump is proving this out right now. He is doing every podcast you can possibly imagine. Okay, he's been on this show, I think, more than he's ever been. He's on everybody's show, and so is J.D. Vance.
You need to come on this one, bro. I've been pushing you. Come on, Trump.
You saw the J.D. Vance interview.
Yeah,
right?
someone had an interesting note on that the top comment, he was on with Theo Von.
Yeah.
And the top comment was, I can't believe they told me this guy was weird. He's like the most normal guy I've ever heard speak before.
Right.
So he goes on Theo Von, big podcaster. His audience is like, well, I thought this guy was Adolf, man. I thought this guy was, unhinged, unstable. All the words, all the adjectives. And real people who don't watch the news, who can't stand MSNBC, ABC, CBS, real people, younger people, older people, people like you, people like me, who don't have to sit there and be spoon-fed by the media, are turning around going, well, no, the dude's fine, man. He's funny. He's relaxed. He's relatable. He's cool. He's rich. He's got a beautiful wife. Pretty much checks all the boxes, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. Every single box that a young man looks at and says, wow, he was a celebrity. I know some of the ladies don't like, but he slept with a porn star, supposedly, who knows. He's got a beautiful wife. I have a beautiful wife. I don't have billions, but you understand. They're finding out this is the guy that, they looked up to. Not him specifically, but they would love to be like. And so he's completely trashing the media. And so when he goes on Theo Von, and he goes on Elon Musk, and he goes on PBD, and he goes on these different things, and now he's going to go on Rogan, the biggest one of them all, and he's going to get exposed to a huge audience of people who are like, oh, really? That's what you're like? I didn't realize it. Mm-hmm.
Something like that. And I think that's hitting a lot of people in reality that way. And these interviews have really showcased that type of stuff.
And you will see people, the ones that are the most effective are not necessarily the people like me, because I'm coming at it in more of a journalistic way, somebody who's really well informed.
Watch what he does. Watch what Tucker does. He hit on it. People don't want the journalistic just speaking at me. They want to be I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to be more relatable with you. Glenn's going to do that as well.
Or tries to be. Where Joe Rogan is just going to ask the questions. He doesn't follow everything. This isn't his, gig on politics. He's just asking the questions that you would ask.
Yeah.
And he has such a massive audience that if Donald Trump does well on that show, it could add 4 points. Okay. If that happens, this will be the last election where those networks play the kind of role that they play now.
Absolutely. Can't wait. That's everything I'm looking to build for, where people have an alternative to find news, but they can relate to the person talking.
Joe Rogan could end the mainstream media tonight or tomorrow night.
I think so. Remember what I said 4 years ago, I think it was? CNN, we were on the air, and I looked up and I saw CNN, and it said, why is Tesla stock dumping? And I just looked up to the chyron at the bottom of the screen, and I read that, and I thought, because the Tesla CEO was just on Joe Rogan smoking dope,
right?
And they had no idea. And I said at that time,
that's one of the things. They're so slow to react that by the time, and it's often when you look at the news, it'll be reporting stuff that's been on X for hours. I don't know, by the time I came in and started doing this show, I had checked to see if they've been talking about the Fifth Circuit ruling about election having to be counted that day. It wasn't on yet. It's all over X. We're all talking about it, but at the time I flipped the switch here, they haven't even covered that yet.
that's the beginning of the end. This will seal its fate. It won't happen overnight, but this will seal the media's fate if Joe Rogan really moves the needle.
What do you think if we went back to the show we've been doing forever, go back to like 2004 or so, and I said to you, Glenn, in 20 years, you're going to predict the media is going to be ended by the host of Fear Factor?
No way.
Would not have been a prediction you would have agreed with at that point.
That's why you really don't count anything out.
So true. Remember that show, Fear Factor? Who would have thought that this guy, Joe Rogan, would be it? Well, everyone says that he's it. I think he might be a close second, because I think Tucker could end up being that big as well. And so everyone who laughed and said Tucker got fired from Fox, he got run away, probably the best thing that ever happened to Tucker. Now he owns his own media company. He's doing his own stuff, making documentaries, out there doing his podcasts, interviewing people. And notice what his show length is. This was another thing that I started looking at. And I said, some YouTubers and then some people with brands. Over here, you got people making 10 or 12-minute videos, and they're just running around doing these things. And then you look over here and you see Tucker with an hour and a half, 2-hour show. And Megyn Kelly with an hour and a half, 2-hour show. Glenn Beck, I believe, is 3 hours. Joe Rogan, not even sure, but I think his is a couple hours. Patrick Bet-David doing hour-long broadcasts. They chop them up and put them out afterwards. Redacted, 2 hours plus. They build brands, they became known, and they built huge, huge million-plus audiences because people wanted to hear what they have to say. Joe Rogan, I truly believe, in conjunction with Tucker Carlson, is going to usher in the new media. It is going to destroy everything that these people have done, everything that they've built up, which is also why they're going after Elon Musk so bad. Because his platform isn't like here, you can say what you want. You don't have to worry about it. That's why I'm simulcasting this on Twitter. How you doing, Twitter? X. Because it's important to actually do things on another platform that's going to allow you to talk about things. Because these people on CNN, I'm telling you, they're feeling it. Listen to this. This is a quick video. Trump's still not on, so you're not missing anything. All right, so this is what happened today. This was CNN. This is very short.
Show Elon Musk has poured a gargantuan sum, $119 million, into super PACs to elect former President Donald Trump, spending $44 million just this month. That is a lot. But Musk is worth $270 billion and counting. Just yesterday, just want to say this slowly so everybody absorbs this. Just yesterday, he made $33 billion, billion with a B, when Tesla shares shot up. That is according to Bloomberg. In 11 days, we'll see, does that all pay off? David and Jackie are still with me.
So you could already hear in their voice, without even seeing what's happening, she's going to have a panel up here, and these people on the panel are going to talk about, oh my God, this rich guy who's making all this money is basically betting on Trump. As if Alex Soros and George Soros aren't betting on Kamala, or Mark Cuban, or what's that other guy's name? Bill Gates. But that's okay. And the reason why it's okay, I'm just going to look you right in the eye. The reason why Soros and Gates and Cuban don't bother them, but Elon does, is because their own survival, just like Glenn just said, their own survival is extremely at risk. They didn't foresee that this man would come in with $44 billion, which now we're finding out is a good day for Elon. He made $33 billion yesterday. He bought X for 44. So in a day and a half, he could cash out. Just mind-boggling. So when you got that kind of wealth, you pretty much can do anything you want. And by the way, hey, can you go up and get these astronauts because they're stuck up there? We don't know. I got you. Boom. They came home today. Boeing, all the other people in NASA, we don't know what to do. Hey, how are we going to fix it? Call Elon. Well, you know, that taxi ride from up there to down here is going to cost you about, $5-6 billion. Let me know when you want to wire the money, and I'll send the taxi up to go pick them up. You know that was a hard phone call for the Biden administration. Yeah, well, Elon, can you go pick up our astronauts? Sure, Joe. I'll get right on it. Call me when the wire transfer hits. But what they're terrified about is the platform that he's building. They went all in on Kamala, hoping they would take him down. Trump wins, and well, you'll hear them in their angst.
And now at the table is Teddy Schleifer, who is a campaign finance reporter for the New York Times.
He's straight out of central casting for the white dudes for Harris, isn't he? Pretty much. You already know where he's coming from. Mm-hmm.
Nice to see you.
Sure.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Former CNNer. What should we be thinking about when we see and hear those eye-popping numbers?
I mean, look, this could be just the beginning. I mean, Elon Musk initially was proposed a budget when he started meeting with advisors to consider the super PAC of $150 to $180 million. He's now...
Think about that. Dude makes $33 billion in a day, and he had budgeted something like 180. The guy said 180 million. 10% of 33 billion is 3 billion. So we're talking about 2.5%. Let's see, if I do my math. Almost 3% of what he made in one day, he's putting in his super PAC.
Oh, in the ballpark here. I'm one of the questions I have right now as a reporter is like, what else is he doing?
I can tell you what else he's doing. I think you can figure out what he's doing. He's putting your ass out of business. Absolutely.
Talking about a super PAC that files with the FEC. We're talking about what he's doing in Pennsylvania. Elon sees this election as existential for democracy. He's almost manic in private conversations about how much Trump needs to win. So it makes you wonder what's not in front of the camera. What's happening right now?
Just to be clear, he thinks that electing Trump saves democracy?
In his view, and bear with me here, this could be the last, quote unquote, free election in America. Because if Donald Trump loses...
Listen to what her answer is here. Typical CNN stuff. They don't even realize why their careers are ending. This answer that she gives this man gives you the underscoring of why their careers are ending.
Democrats will legalize all undocumented immigrants, maybe even relocate them to a couple of swing states, and that there will never be a true democratic election.
Which of course is not true.
Does she not watch her own station? Democrats are going to legalize all these newcomers and ship them into blue states, and this will be the last... Oh, that's just not true. I'm sorry. That's what they're doing right now. And you're quick to answer to basically gaslight your audiences, oh, that's just not true. Where anyone with the thinking, functioning frontal lobe can see them flying people into the swing states. All these people from all over the place, a gazillion of them. You lost 320,000 kids, but other than the 320,000 kids that were basically collateral damage to you, you've been moving people all around the country, except for Martha's Vineyard, where they said get the hell out. But this woman on CNN just said it's just not true.
It's his view of the world,
No,
and that explains why the money is what it is.
And how much of his fear of Democrats winning that they will look into what he's doing and all of his contracts with the government, his classified status, all the information that he gets, the top secret.
Wait. So the man who you just said has contracts with the people that you think are going to investigate him, the people who wrote the contracts, who gave him the contracts, he's worried about they're going to investigate the contracts? Is that what you just said? You mean the guy who they had to call 911 space taxi? Hey, can you go get my astronauts? They're stuck. That's the guy you think is worried about that? No. It's not about that. If this guy never worked another day in his life, it'd be kind of hard to spend just what he made in one day. $33 billion one day? Yeah, I'd be on an island somewhere. So that's not it.
Great information of America.
Yeah, look, I mean, would not be the first donor to get involved in politics, not solely out of the goodness of his heart, but clearly he has an incentive for Trump to win.
Let's listen to some of what Elon Musk has said on sort of along those lines on the issue of what he calls disinformation.
Disinformation is a propaganda word. It's not well, who's going to decide what's disinformation? The government? That's crazy. The narratives that are important should be the narratives that the people as a whole think are important, not what a few media oligarchs think is important.
You were there, right?
Yeah, I was at one of those, of the Elon events, yeah.
So he's saying it's not what a few media oligarchs think is important. I guess he's referring to himself.
No, he's talking about you. He's talking about MSNBC. He's talking about CBS that edits interviews. He's talking about all that stuff that you, the mainstream media, as so-called mainstream media, he's talking about what you guys have been doing. Walk down across the street and go talk to Joy Reid. Listen to her any Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, whenever her shows are on. Go listen to her.
And yet there are all these discussions about where we are right now in the campaign and the fact that he is in charge of a very powerful social media platform, X, formerly known as Twitter, and the algorithms feel different, just as...
Yeah, she's right. You see, they don't like that. I think it was Elon or Doge who actually wrote, when you're in charge of oppression, and then you're no longer in charge of oppression, and equality is put in place, it feels like oppression to you. It seems like it's no longer fair because people like me and people like you can now talk equitably on this platform, where before we didn't have to listen to these people on the right, these scoundrels. We just delete them. So yeah, honey, it's a lot different.
The user.
In fact, on Monday, Elon Musk was not in Pennsylvania, but he's actually in New York having dinner with Rupert Murdoch, another person who is, one of these evil media moguls. They're talking.
They can't help themselves. They deserve to die. Not physically, I'm not saying. I'm talking about the network. CNN deserves to have their demise.
In politics, I've reported. And look, I mean, Elon is... To compare his comments in the past to what he's doing today is almost not even worth the airtime. I mean, Elon a couple years ago had said he tries to stay out of politics and has no interest in doing anything in the political realm. And now he's the main character.
It's an amazing transformation to watch. And I always think, if I had as much money as Elon Musk, why would I give any of it to a politician? But that's another matter, I guess. But
come on, Fluffy. Put your resume together, go start a podcast, and find out how few people even want to hear what you have to say. Many of your colleagues are finding that out. Don Lemon used to work on CNN. His podcast went down the tubes. Nobody cared. See, if it wasn't for CNN and this panel and this stage and their television and their microphones, nobody would hear from you guys ever again.
Because you want to make more money and keep that money.
There you go.
I feel like I could be happy with that, though, just like what he has right now. But anyway, sorry.
But I am. But it's not just going to be an election role, right? I mean, if Donald Trump wins the presidency, or actually, I guess, even if he doesn't, it's hard to imagine him just giving up on this and backing away from this at this point. So what does Elon Musk's role look like in terms of his incredible influence in a Trump administration or in the world of a Harris administration. I would imagine he still wants to play on the big stage.
Well, he's playing on the international stage apparently right now. According to the Wall Street Journal, there's new reporting that he's been having secret conversations with Vladimir Putin.
Oh no, secret conversations with Putin. So he's just like Trump. He's a Putin puppet, is what you're saying. Do you know who was in the space station? Do you know that the people in the space station just weren't American astronauts, that there were Russian astronauts up there? Do you not think that perhaps that they had some secrets that they were doing, whatever they were doing up there? You think they were just sharing everything with the Americans, or did they possibly have some secrets? Did Elon have to talk to Putin to arrange how these guys were going to come down and how they needed to be taken care of? All the communications, all the data that his team had? Do you think he had to share something with them? Because, I don't know, I'm going up to transport your astronauts down here. I don't know what they're carrying. I don't know what they're getting in my ship. Yeah, I want to have a secret conversation with you because I want to know before they get in my ship what they're carrying and all this kind of stuff. So I'm pretty sure he had a secret conversation or two with Putin and his allies, because you're getting in my ship, my gazillion-dollar ship, and I don't want somebody on the way down to have a dead man switch and go, boom. What are you doing here? Are we going to be okay? We got this? And these people are complete, utter morons. Utter.
Right, which is why I think if he does end up part of the government, even more so than he is right now with the contracts that you were talking about, this could be problematic. It could be, I mean, he's already very powerful, but with having involvement with government, even more so. So,
thank you. Thanks for that discussion. Thanks for bringing the poll to us, and thanks for bringing your great reporting on Elon.
Man, there's some sphincter tightening there, boy. Unbelievable. So anyway, that's what I got to bring you. I thought I wouldn't be able to get it all in, and because Trump was supposed to speak at 7:30, he's already half hour late. I can show you the bird hasn't even shown up, so I'm not sure what's going on again. Could be. I mean, here, let me show you this.
I'm so appreciative to have him.
Look at that. So this one is at an airport. Bear, I can't listen to them anymore. This one is at the airport, so the bird's going to pull up right behind him. And no sign of the big bird yet. So once he gets there, it's probably takes him 10 minutes to, I don't know. But with everything going on, and I don't, like I said, I didn't know the extent of the strike in Israel right now. Maybe you guys have seen some of stuff, but this is crazy. That reporting was stupid. Just saw Elon bought YouTube. No, he didn't buy YouTube. Don't do that to me. CNN is pooping their pants. Yeah, they should be. They absolutely should be at this point, because the threat that an open platform where you don't have to, watch what you say, you can talk about things and bring you the news. And here's a hint for you. Depending on how this show goes, and you guys can check yourself and come back or whatever, but look at what gets said, what gets shown, what kind of information is going to be out there about this Israel-Iran thing. Look at what you'll be able to see like that. Somewhere on the ground, somewhere, there's probably people in Iran taking cell phone videos and posting them. Media's not going to do that, because the media, number one, who knows if they've had anybody over there. Then they have to vet it. They have to make sure, blah, blah, put it through legal, make sure they're using it, blah, 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 blah. By then, the story's already told. They can't move at the speed of what the podcasters can do. They all remind me of the aliens in the movie. They live in 1984. The only way you can see their true faces is with special sunglasses. Trump may be talking with Netanyahu. Yeah, who knows what's going on at this point? Because let me look. Let me see if I can see anything about it. If this, I can bring it to you. Let me see it here. Let me go and search Israel and see what I can find already. Oh yeah, boom. All right, so let me go ahead and push this screen, and we can look at some of this stuff together while we're waiting for Trump to show up. Let me move that comment so you can see, and we can just see what kind of stuff is there. Okay, this is the first picture of Israel's airstrikes against Iran. 5 explosions were heard across Tehran and a nearby city of Karaj. There are also reports of explosions at the Khomeini airport. I trust this guy, Don Luker. I trust him. Breaking news, Israel is currently attacking Iran. It officially starts a regional war. Hopefully it won't turn into a world war. You can see the pictures here. This is from Israel attack on Iran. Here's another bombing. This one is a conjunction. First pictures from Israel attacks on Iran, explosions in Tehran. Breaking news. And if you notice, as I'm scrolling here, you don't see anything that says CNN, MSNBC. None of them. You got people on the ground someplace actually posting stuff. I can't show some of that stuff is not real. Praying for Israel and the IDF. So it's on. I don't know. I mean, here's something. Breaking: Israel launches BRICS news. Israel launches attack on Iran. I'm not going to show that. It's Michael Rappaport. But this is when it happened. That's 2023. So there's a bunch of news going on there, and so something's happened. So not sure what it is, but you'll begin seeing more and more stuff about what is actually going on. It's a trending. And so here's what's really weird. Very weird. All right, put yourself in this position. A world conflict that definitely impacts the United States has begun. Israel versus Iran. Huge, right? I think we all would agree that's huge. Should Kamala Harris, who is currently the vice president of the United States, be on stage with Beyonce tonight? So she's scheduled to hit Beyonce at about 9:30, an hour and a half from now. What will it look like to people around the world if Kamala Harris is out there dancing with Beyonce while the world is beginning to go on fire? What kind of optic is that going to be pushed across the world of her out there, doing stuff with Beyonce while the kindling for World War III is being lit up? I wouldn't want to be part of that. I'm telling you that right now. Common sense. Yeah, she's got TDS is off the charts. Kamala is a diabolical hypocrite. Yeah, but she can't go. I'm running her campaign. I walk up to her and say, you need a boost. Here's what you need to do. You need to walk on stage, cancel this thing, and tell everybody right now, hey, listen, I'm sorry. We got to cancel this where you guys can stay and enjoy it. I'm not going to be able to give a speech tonight. I have to go back to Washington right now. We have an international problem that I have to be at the White House to get into the Situation Room, because we're going to have to figure out our response and what we have to do. And then I would just talk to the reporters. This what's going on in Israel and Iran is taking precedent over me and Beyonce. I would love to go down to the Hard Rock Casino and place a bet on whether that happens or not. Whether she walks away from the concert with Beyonce tonight so she can look presidential and be back at the Situation Room checking this stuff out. And there being all kinds of pictures of her sitting there looking, they're looking at the monitors, watching what's going on, her in the Situation Room. See, a smart campaign manager would do that. And that maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump did the same thing. I think the entirety of his speech would have to change at this point. he needs to walk out there and say, hey, listen, I just saw on the plane that Israel and Iran have basically set things in motion that could be World War III. I'm not sure what's going on. I've been on the phone with some people. I have some things to attend to. I'm going to let the other speakers handle this. You guys have got to understand America first, which means I got to tend to business. I don't know. We got a chess match tonight. We're going to see who's going to mess this up. Is Trump going to mess it up, or is Kamala going to mess it up? Somebody, maybe they'll both play it right, but it's going to be interesting. If the world's on fire, Kamala's going to drink more so she can forget about it. Yeah, Joe, that's funny. Joe's already in bed. He's had his Mapo and his ice cream. They're going to have to wake him up. This is not good. Agree, Barry. Somebody has to look presidential tonight. Larry says Fox is now reporting it. Trump will beat her to it. He is 5 steps ahead of her. Beyonce needs to distance herself. I mean, something with this going on right now, with this kind of stuff happening, you're already down. Your numbers are falling. The last thing I would want if I were her campaign manager would be to see her partying with Beyonce while bombs are being dropped on another country. I think that would seal her fate. I think the fate's already sealed, but maybe that's what's going on. Trump, he's been late before, but he's never been, 90 minutes late, hour, and right now the plane's not even there. So it's possible that we may not see. Is Fox blaming Trump? No, they can't be blaming Trump. Washington Post won't. I thought you were going to get between whether Kama would wear knee. No. She's not going to do that kind of diplomacy. She's hopeless. She's doomed if she speaks, and she's doomed if she doesn't. She doesn't understand the politics of that region. So true. So true. I mean, she'd have to memorize something or have a huge, giant teleprompter that would give her the words to say, my fellow Americans, with not understanding what's going on right now, we need to do this, this, and this. And at the same time, this is where it gets scary. I've been telling y'all to get ready. All right, so Israel has now bombed Iran. Iran is going to strike back. No doubt. Depending on how big this strike is, if it was just a surgical thing or is it an ongoing bombardment, but whatever it is, Israel will strike back. What does the United States do? What are the words that are going to be coming out of her mouth relative to keeping Americans safe? Because you screwed up and let a gazillion people into the country. You have no idea who they are. You remember, those of you who are old enough, you remember what 10 or 12 guys did on 9/11. 10 or 12 guys. You let in millions. We don't know who these people are. We don't know who they're affiliated with. We don't know anything. You don't know if the response is already being calculated here. I guarantee you, at the end of my street here, and then I go about half a mile, I live, as I mentioned to you before, I live in a Jewish community. I guarantee you that there's already sirens out front of that synagogue. That temple will be heavily armed guards probably right about now. Doubt people may not understand that. At this point, if they struck Iran, and I am friends with a lot of Jewish people who understood what happened on October 7th, what's Lebanon going to do? You got the whole guys from Hezbollah. What are they all going to do? This isn't good. And America right now has pledged its support, as well it should be, to Israel. So now, 10 days before an election, you're about to see a chess match of epic proportions. Nobody can afford to see this thing mess up. We are Trump Canada. Yeah, good. We don't even, what's it say? We don't even really know where they are next door. No, we don't know. Think about that. You know, I've been the one here telling you guys, get ready. Don't know what's happening. And now there's whatever number you want to use. 10, 12, Trump uses 20 million sometimes. All these people are somewhere in this country. And they're still coming. I saw a video today where they were coming through the northern border on foot. And so now the trigger has been pulled. Israel decided for whatever reason to do it today. I don't know who that would, and it's hard to think and sit back and go, who would that politically benefit? Did they think what they were doing? Why would they have pulled the trigger and dropped bombs today? I don't know. What? Trump is 2 hours away? Oh, no. Oh, we may have to reset this. 2 hours away? Those people aren't going to sit there for 2 hours. Who's saying that? Miss Chris, who's saying that? That's crazy. Barry, it's too late. Kamala Biden failed to prevent Israel striking Iran. As Trump said, World War III. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, Blinken was just over there. I guess they ignored him. What happens when Trump wins, yet World War III breaks out before he's inaugurated? Great question. Great. We are in a real bad place. Trump is on his plane talking to Israel and Iran. Miss Chris, tell me where you heard that 2 hours away. How could he possibly be? Let me listen to these guys and see if they're saying anything. Hold on. I'll tune it in so you guys can hear too. See if anybody here meant 2 hours. We can't sit here for that. That'll be like a long time. And I don't have material for another 2 hours. Hold on.
We've had veterans speaking today that it makes them angry that people don't vote. You know, so much blood was shed to protect that right, and you know, it's the people's right to get out and share their voice because their vote matters.
So great, the three speakers that we had, the former gubernatorial candidate and radio podcast host Tudor Dixon. Actually, originally from my neck of the woods, the Chicago suburbs, but has raised her family as a Michigander, and gosh, I hope she runs again. She'd be outstanding to replace the socialist communist Gretchen Whitmer, who continues to just insult Catholic Christians here in Michigan. A huge voting bloc throughout the 7 swing states, roughly 52 million Catholic votes that could potentially swing this election. We also had the chairman of the Michigan Republican Party, Pete Hoekstra, speaking on Green Township, Michigan, and how the voters were able to voice their opinion to make sure the Chinese Communist Party did not put a manufacturing plant here on American soil. And then, of course, Lieutenant General, the great Jack Bergman, the 1st Congressional District Congressman representing Northern Michigan and the Upper Peninsula, saying, I was a veteran. And did you notice that? I love true leaders in the military. He said he was a veteran. This man, 40 years in the military, retired as a lieutenant general, a leader in our military, a great man serving in Congress.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think those are the people that have, you know, been out in the field, worked with so many different people from all over. And that is what really is attractive to so many. You know, that's what attracts so many people to Donald Trump and the amount of things he's done with the, you know, apprentice, work in sports, entertainment industry, business, real estate, you name it. And he's been able to deal with so many people. And there's so many testimonials that come out. You know what I really love that Tyrus interview that he did.
Oh, yes.
And he did an amazing job of really humanizing President Trump in so many ways, bringing some of the testimonials, paying more.
Okay, so a bunch of us are trying to find out if there's any information about this. Let me check his press secretary. Let's see, Trump Press or Laura or somebody. Let's see if anybody's talking about it. What's going on? I don't see anything yet. Don't see anybody talking as of yet as to what could be. Hold on.
issues you could really dive into for, in some cases, 2 or 3 hours.
Right.
And that's why I'm so excited about the Joe Rogan experience.
Yes.
It's going to be historic. And this is something this president does. Everything he really operates in tends to be historic because he's not backing down and he's willing to reach out to the American people through these mediums.
Yes.
What I miss most about him as president is the fact that you would wake up in the morning and it'd be 5, 6 in the morning. He's already done with 2 interviews.
Yes.
It's incredible stamina. And I can attest to my own personal experience with having worked at True Social, having worked with former Apprentice contestants, and having been a fan of the show myself.
Yes.
This man has a heart of gold.
Absolutely.
The gentleman who, I think it was on season 3, asked him about, did you pay the mortgage off of the people that helped you with your limo when you had a flat tire?
Yes.
He did not want to talk about it. And he finally got it out of him. All he said was, it's true. And that's all he wanted to talk about. This man is not braggadocious.
Yes.
He would not be putting up with what he's putting up with because he has amassed incredible wealth through hard work, through the American dream, through his knowledge and business acumen. But he does not back down because he loves...
So I don't know what's going on with that, but Benny just posted something that's pretty interesting. The Trump episode with Joe Rogan is 3 hours long. Not sure when it's coming out, but it's going to be 3 hours long. Wow. 3 hours. There's no way Kamala could have done that. No way in hell she would have been able to do anything close to that. A 3 hour. Whew. That's going to be one for the books for sure. People are going to be all over that. So I'm looking around. I'm checking all the different sources that I normally can check for Trump-related news. I don't see anything as of yet saying what the delay is. Nobody seems to be talking about it. So we're all just waiting. Not sure what else we can do at this point. I'm checking my usual suspects to see if they have any information. But as of right now, we don't have anything that tells us why he is late. Okay, hold on. Looking around here. Nope, don't see anything from anybody. So if you guys see anything, let me know. Let me check Laura Loomer, see if she's got anything with any news on what's going on. So, well, maybe we can go to the Rogan episodes. People are talking about that. Maybe it's out. I don't see it. Beth wrote in the chat that it's delayed, so I'm not sure why it's delayed. Nobody's saying why it's delayed. Let me see if the Joe Rogan podcast has been posted. And if it is, and we don't get busted, maybe we can go with it. 10:30 p.m. Oh, yeah, so it's 2 hours away. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end this broadcast, and I'll set a new How is he going to have these people in Michigan standing around at 10:30 at night? That's absolutely nuts. I mean, wow. Here, let's listen and see if they tell us anything new. Because his own broadcast hasn't started. I do have RSBN. Elon might have something. Elon has a town hall going on. Let me see if I can dial that in. That usually takes a little bit of work on my part while that's going on here. Let me put that
It's
on.
election day, so go out there and vote early in person, absentee. Early voting starts tomorrow in Michigan, the Wolverine State. 15 electoral votes up for grabs that will shape the future of this nation. So I'm proud to have Kalshi as a sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting, and visit them at kalshi.com/RSBN. That is KALSHI.com/RSBN, and place those votes and those bets on the upcoming election.
Absolutely. And, you mentioned being able to bet on them, and what's been up and down is the polls. Donald Trump, I think, was down 4 to 5% at the beginning of August when Kamala Harris had her honeymoon period, is what we're calling it. That's kind of fallen off, and he's made a slow climb back through up to the top with Michigan. Still neck and neck, but we've seen this where it's become, we call Michigan a battleground state, but it actually has become a battleground state and is a real possibility with President Trump, it seems. And same with Pennsylvania, Nevada. We saw some results today come in. Early voting in Georgia and North Carolina, and with Western North Carolina being mostly destroyed, incredible numbers turning out to come and vote.
Over 1.5 million voting in the Peach State.
Yes.
And I took advantage of that the first day of voting, October 15th. So get out there and do your civic duty. I went late morning, right before lunch.
Yes.
It was the perfect time to go. And it was really a special moment for me to be able to vote for President Trump, because considering what's happened in the last 4 years, just the unnecessary death that's taken place, Russia invading Ukraine, Hamas attacking Israel, what's happened at our southern border, and then simply FEMA's failure to take care of folks that have been really disparaged by these horrible storms, Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Milton. But to President Biden's credit, speaking highly of Governor DeSantis, and Governor DeSantis saying, stay out of the way, respectfully, Vice President Kamala Harris, you have nothing to do with the response from the federal government. And he has had a great relationship with President Trump and President Biden when it comes to...
that was only established in the, I think, early 80s or something like that. And the irony is that the school scores, like the educational scores, have gone downhill dramatically since the creation of the Department of Education, which doesn't make any sense. If you're going to create a department and spend a bunch of money, you should expect things to get better.
So this is an Elon Musk town hall that is being broadcast right now. It's live, and it's got just 1.1 million people are watching it. So I figured while we're waiting for Trump, so we don't just have dead air, let's listen to what Elon has to say, and I'll keep monitoring the other screen to see if and when Trump shows up. So this is Elon Musk doing a town hall about the election.
Schools should be focused on teaching kids about the world and teaching them useful skills so that when they graduate, they can do something useful. That's the whole point. And that you want them to understand the world, be an informed voter, and have skills that they can immediately apply. I don't think going to four-year college is necessary to be successful. I think for a lot of people, it's actually going to make a lot more sense to learn a trade. Be an electrician, plumber, carpenter. I think those are. I have a lot of respect for anyone who just does an honest day's work and is useful to their fellow human beings. And a lot of times, kids will spend 4 years in college not learn anything useful and be saddled with a ton of debt. And what's the point of that? It doesn't make any sense.
So moving on to our next question, we've got Mauricio joining us. Mauricio, you're live. Go ahead with your question now, please.
Hello, Mr. Musk. First thing I want to do is thank you from the bottom of my heart for buying Twitter and turning it into X. Before you did that, I honestly felt like this country was lost because I thought that we had essentially lost our First Amendment. So, first things first, I just wanted to thank you for that. But my question is related to X. Obviously, it's very important that the truth get out there. And I feel the one thing that, they use against President Trump, to try to get people to go against him are hoaxes. I feel like on my own account, I'm constantly trying to debunk hoaxes.
Yes, and they keep pushing a lot of the same hoaxes over and over again. Even though this is this really I find inexcusable for the Democratic Party to be pushing hoaxes that they know full well are false. It's like the so-called Fine People hoax, where they claim that Trump was somehow supporting Nazis at a rally, when if you actually listen to the speech, he condemns Nazis in the strongest possible terms. And they know that that's in the speech, and yet they still push the Trump loves Nazis thing. And then in the last several days, that they've been saying Trump is Hitler. I mean, Hitler was a warmonger who invaded lots of countries and committed genocide and did all sorts of insanely terrible things. Like Trump was president for 4 years. I don't recall any genocide. In fact, we didn't even have any wars. Like, I mean, he was good at avoiding war, and I think it's very important to have a strong president, because if you have a strong president, other countries are afraid to. They're like, well, don't want to mess with Trump, So that gives tough dictators out there real pause, because it's like if they're if the person representing us, because the president is like that's who's representing us. That's it's strong and intimidating. That's actually essential when they're facing tough people around the world. It's like impossible for anyone to be scared of Biden. I mean, that's just impossible. I mean, the guy can't climb a flight of stairs. On the other hand, President Trump got shot, and even after getting shot, even though there could have been other shooters, so it was dangerous, he stood up, with blood streaming down his face, saying, "Fight, fight, fight." It's like, let me tell you, if you're some evil dictator, you're looking at that, you're like, that is a tough son of a bitch. I'm not going to mess with him, So it's actually incredibly important to have a strong president in order to avoid war in the world.
Moving on to our next question, we've got Ryan joining us now. Ryan, you are live on the call. Go ahead with your question, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. Musk. I'm a 21-year-old quality inspector for an aerospace and defense company, and my question for you is, what advice would you give to a young person hoping to advance their career or even start their own manufacturing company?
Hello, world. Hello, world. We just wrapped up a great podcast.
We had a good time. I think you'll find it very interesting and enjoy it.
Hello, world.
Hello, world.
We just wrapped up a great podcast.
We had a good time. I think you'll find it very interesting and enjoy it.
Hello.
So Trump and pushing too many buttons. Trump and Joe Rogan decided that they were going to film a podcast, and they just put out a trailer for it, people. So that's pretty huge. Let's get back to Elon's town hall. I just wanted to show you that.
Kid, just how is the Department of Government Efficiency going to help with that? And are we going to get to a point where we're going to pay down our debt at any point?
Yeah, I mean, to be totally frank, I would consider it a victory even to slow down the debt. I mean, if I really had the power, if I had my druthers, if I had full power to take action, I would balance the budget immediately. Say, listen, we're going to stop spending more than we bring in, and we've got to have at least a slight surplus to start paying down the debt, just like a citizen would have. If you're an individual and you're racking up crazy debt, well, obviously the thing to do is you got to reduce your spending, and you got to start paying down that debt. And same is true of a country. So that's what I'd like to do. Now, obviously, a lot of people, who are taking advantage of the government are going to be upset about that. So I probably need a lot of security. But it's got to be done, and if it's not done, we'll just go bankrupt, And already, I believe the interest payments on the debt from what I was reading, are about 23% of all the tax revenue of the government, of the federal government. So it's like a quarter of the money being brought in for taxes. All it's doing is paying interest, and that number is growing every year. Eventually, we'll only have money to pay interest, and we won't have any money for essential services, and then that's when you're bankrupt. Like this is a crisis, but the media doesn't really talk about it for some reason. I remember growing up and when I was younger, like it was always a common topic of discussion that the government's spending too much and the deficit's rising. But now it's like for some reason not a big topic. But we're in a far worse situation than we've ever been in the past. It blows my mind that just the interest payments on our debt now exceed the Defense Department budget, which is the Defense Department has $1 trillion budget, and our annual interest payments on the debt, not paying down the debt, just the interest, is over $1 trillion a year. That's insane, and it's growing fast.
Moving on to our next question. We're joined now by Cindy. Hello, Cindy. Welcome to the call. Go ahead with your question, please. Hello, Cindy. Like we might have lost Cindy.
No, I'm here, sir. I'm
Yes,
sorry. I apologize.
You're live. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Elon. I have two things. One, I want to make a comment. Okay. I have a handicapped daughter. She wheelchair bound, 24/7 care. But when she sees you on TV, she just goes, ecstatic. She just thinks, that you're the greatest thing. So I just wanted to tell you that. But my question, and I'm going to try and put this, let me see. Okay, so a president can only have 2 terms. Yeah. Okay, but a Senate or a congressman or a Superior Court judge can have a term until they die.
Yeah, that seems too long.
Right.
Yeah.
Why does that happen? And do you have an opinion on that? Because personally, my opinion is if a president can only have 2 terms, then they all should have 2 terms.
Well, I think I tend to agree with you that there should be term limits on probably all elected officials, and there should be some kind of limit on the judiciary as well. The path out of the Supreme Court shouldn't be a hearse. So there's I think the founders were very wise in creating the Constitution and the amendments, but they did not anticipate that people would live to extreme age, because back then nobody did. But now, we can keep someone alive even if they're non-compos mentis.
I got a bit of a breaking news that I want to bring you. This is the IDF with their statement as to what's going on.
In response to months of continuous attacks from the regime in Iran against the State of Israel, right now, the Israel Defense Forces is conducting precise strikes on military targets in Iran. The regime in Iran and its proxies in the region have been relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th on 7 fronts, including direct attacks from Iranian soil. Like every other sovereign country in the world, the State of Israel has the right and the duty to respond. Our defensive and offensive capabilities are fully mobilized. We will do whatever necessary to defend the State of Israel and the people of Israel.
So I don't know what that means. It started off with it's precise, meaning it's, certain targets that they went after. But then he finished by saying, we'll do anything we need to do to protect Israel. So I'm not sure what that means, but I'm pretty sure if you start launching bombs at at Iran, they are going to fight back and strike you as well, which it all escalates from there. What a night. What a night. I just hope Trump gets here safely, and just got to wonder where things are going. All right, let's continue with Elon.
All these illegal people, what he's going to do about them, how he's going to take them out so we can have the great America back, a safe place.
Yeah. Well, the story that you're telling me is the story I'm hearing from everyone, which is that our cities have become dramatically less safe, not just perception of less safe, they're actually less safe. As I mentioned, my mom's friends this year just are getting assaulted on the streets, and no one even got arrested, by the way. So then whoever those people were doing it, they're now just going to keep doing it. So I think there needs to be we need to imprison people who are repeat violent offenders. There's no choice, or they will prey upon the public, and we have these unsafe cities. So that needs to be a priority of the Department of Justice and of the executive branch. And then obviously we need to have a secure border, because otherwise people can come across the border who, are bad people. I think frankly most people who come across the border are probably good people, but there's going to be some percentage that are not, and we need to stop that. There needs to be solid vetting of whoever comes into the country to make sure that they will be an asset to the country and not prey upon innocent people. So basically, security and safety. That's a base level thing. If you don't have security and safety, you don't have anything. And I feel like that's just getting worse every year. I feel like everyone's telling me, and my direct observation is it's getting worse every year. So it's essential that we elect President Trump so we can do something about it.
Looks like we've got time for just one more question, and that honor goes to Josh, who's joining us. Josh, you're live. Go ahead.
Hi,
sir.
Elon. Hey, what's up?
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
So I told the lady that was doing the thing before that it's not really a political question. I personally am voting for Donald Trump because I feel like he's a strong leader, and really for me the criteria is just to have the gas price go down. So I don't hear a lot of talk about people whose lives don't work at all if the gas goes up. But that's my situation. But anyways, I was calling to see how was the pizza that you had with Joe Rogan? Some people talked to him tonight.
Yeah. It was a weird pizza, I have to tell you. But
I could tell that you didn't like it. I felt like you didn't like it.
No. Okay, no. It's not going to be top of the list on my types of pizza. I think it was what was it, fish and pineapple or something? It was good. It was actually good, but it was. It's not going to be in my top 5, but it was definitely interesting, and it was a unique experience. Now, Joe Rogan's a friend of mine. He's an awesome human being, phenomenal interviewer. He just finished a long interview with President Trump. Interview I'm not even that word. It's in-depth conversation. And knowing Joe, he's going to ask a ton of interesting questions. It's going to be. It's going to be a real conversation, a real deep conversation. So I'd encourage everyone to watch the Joe Rogan episode that comes out with President Trump that just finished. My understanding is it's going to come out maybe even later tonight, and then definitely send that around to friends and family. Because I think if you really want to understand someone, you want to just listen to them be in conversation for a few hours and unscripted, no preparation. That's how you get to know someone. That's how you get to know anyone really. So I think I'm looking forward to that coming out. I'm going to watch it, and I hope everyone else does too.
So, Mr. Musk, as we begin to wind down this event, I would like to give you a few moments to provide us with some closing thoughts, please.
Yeah. So my number one closing thought really is just a request, which is to make sure that you vote early and that you get your friends and family to vote, and you get strangers to vote, and just vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your family's life depends on it, because I think it does. And I've never said that before about any election. I'm saying it about this one because I'm sure it is true. So this is a fork in the road of destiny, and we need to take the right path. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to everyone for making the time to attend this live town hall with.
That's all we got from Elon's town hall. So while we're waiting, do we have another? If we're gonna wait, I guess people want to hang out. Should I? So no beer. I can't handle watching her. How did I do it? All right. So you guys want to have some laughs? We can tune in very quickly to Kamala's town hall and listen to this clown show that's going on. Let me go ahead and put something up right now so you guys can actually hear something while I get the configuration going.
I believe when Elon Musk talks about that, if we're not successful in this movement, that's it for America.
Yes.
It will not be an America we can even recognize, and Ronald Reagan spoke of it so fondly. We don't pass this through the bloodstream. It has to be taught from generation to generation, and we don't want to be teaching our children what it was like one day in America when men were once free. So this is our fight, my friends. For millennia, gold has stood firm in the face of greedy governments, economic upheavals, and global strife. And it can protect your IRA or 401k right now. Gold.
All right, so I can't play their commercial when I'm talking about Lear Capital, so I'm just gonna have to stay here until they're done because I can't do that. That's too funny. We all have our own sponsors. That's no problem, but I can't allow you to play yours during mine. But you know what? Right now would be a good time. Well, I've got to configure this feed for Kamala's rally. Let me go ahead and do this. If you see what's going on in the world right now and what may happen here in America, you may want to prepare and pay attention. You know that Lear Capital is a big supporter of this show. If you want to be protected in the event that things go off the wall, I advise you to look into buying gold and silver. We are all just one catastrophic event away from the value of the American dollar plunging. Do you know what's not plunging? Gold and silver. In fact, gold hit an all-time high recently. In fact, I think it hit it again today. I'm telling you now, make sure that you have some form of your money invested in precious metals. Lear Capital will ship your gold or your silver coins directly to your house. It's not just a certificate. You can store them in your gun safe, or you can store them off-site in a 24-hour protected facility. It's totally up to you. But when things go crazy here, or across the world, the value of the American dollar is going to decline. It's inevitable, and it might not even take a war. We may do it to ourselves. And I mean, the Federal Reserve plays around with interest rates, the US dollar will likely decline in value as well. Meanwhile, you'll see gold and silver continue to rise in value. If you call Lear Capital, they will take the time to educate you and answer all of your questions about gold and silver. Just give them a call at 800-601-5430 or go to Learberry, that's me, learberry.com, to download your free de-dollarization report. You should know that Lear Capital is an American company. If you call them today, you'll be speaking with people right here in the United States. Now is the time to take action. Don't wait until after the election. That could be too late. We all want Trump to be elected. But if he isn't, or if they find a way to steal it, you'd better be prepared. Call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, ask them how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold with a qualifying purchase. There's absolutely no obligation to buy anything. Just free information on protecting your hard-earned dollars with gold and silver. You know, when you think about it, you're actually not buying anything. You're simply going to be exchanging dollars for gold, moving currency. Give them a call today. Tell them Barry sent you. So, a bunch of people are like, no, I don't want to see Kamala. We'll start screaming when we've had enough. I'll be switching it off if you play Kamala. Well, she's not actually on stage. Actually, it's it's actually worse than her. Here's what I'll do. I'll let you see it, but we won't play any audio. That way you can just see the clown show without actually hearing the clown show. Okay, so this is a bunch of people. I'll explain to you what you're looking at. All right, so this is a bunch of people out here praising baby removal. They're for all kind. I don't know what this dude is. I guess these must be doctors for death. Maybe that's what they're called, doctors for death, because they're all here under the banner of reproductive freedom. And right now he's giving a speech about the virtues of what they need to be doing as doctors with doctors of death. Whew. Wow. Brought them all out there in their lab coats and everything, huh? Yeah, that's what you needed to do. So that's my eyes. You guys are funny. I'm telling you, I won't put the volume on. We could put our own words in. Yeah, don't want to see it, clowns. We voting Trump. Oh, man. This is... Somebody said they're going to do a sacrifice live. Oh, how sick are these people? Absolutely sick. But yeah, and someone's right. Is that my doctor? Someone should be taking a picture of each one of these doctors and going, who is this? And how do we make sure that these people never get around any of my patients, any of my family? Because right now they're up there just extolling the virtues of everything that she stands for. Somebody thought this was a good idea. I don't know. He looks like Dr. Kevorkian's son. Oh, you guys are cracking me up. I spit out my drink. Oh God, look at them. See, this can be a comedic routine. We don't have to actually listen to them. We can talk and just go, weirdo, weirdo. And one thing I want you to notice, have you noticed the new glasses style of the lib nuts? I mean, I don't know any normal people who are wearing those big glasses. And here they are. You start seeing them all over. If you walk into a restaurant or some business establishment and you see somebody with them giant glasses, they're pretty much telling you, hey, we're one of the zombies. Keith Olbermann, Mark Cuban, people on MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, they're all wearing the new style. It's almost like a license plate. License plate for death and destruction. Oh my goodness, what are these people doing? Okay, something must be happening. They all looking to the left. They look lost. They have to move in unison. You understand, these people are a pack mentality. They all have to do the same thing. So what are we doing? Are we doing a dance here? Come on, break out into some... Oh, there's people running around the stage. Oh, wait a second. They're terrified. Oh, my God. What are we doing here? There must have been some protesters or something running across the stage. They all look freaked out. Oh, there's more infidels. Oh, my God. Interlopers. What are we going to do? What should we do here? And he was black. They're lost right now. We don't know what to do. We're not used to this kind of stuff. Walt just danced in. I don't know. Somebody came in from the side swipe there. Okay, it's all clear now. Oh, there's somebody running around behind him again. Just ignore the interloper. They don't look like... They're probably taking it again. The jab again. Are we watching the Twilight Zone? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, I don't even want to know what this guy's saying. I don't want you to know what he's saying, but geez, they look like meerkats. Oh boy, it's crazy. Lost the teleprompter. They're at the wrong rally. We are at the wrong rally. That's an execution, doctor. Oh gosh. I'll come back when they change zombies and so we can take a look at that. Wanted to show you this. This is very interesting because it's is this the real Marjorie? Yeah, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene making a great point here while the world's burning. Here's a photo of Biden sitting on the tarmac in Philadelphia on his way to vacation in Delaware. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris is partying with Beyonce in Houston. All while major war breaks out in Iran. Who is running our country? Good point. Very good point. And by the way, I don't know how many of you guys have ever lived or been through Delaware and that type of thing. Washington to Delaware is like 60 minutes. The dude has to bring Air Force One from Washington to Delaware? Come on, man. You can take a helicopter from the White House to the beach, Rehoboth Beach. And, yeah. Then the other one, this was Mark Levin, which obviously Mark Levin's going to give us some information on what's going on in Israel. Israel has launched this military response to Iran, and Kamala is with Beyonce. Biden is headed to Delaware. The vice president and president are dangerously unserious people. The world is on fire, and Kamala doesn't even care. Man, what are we doing? What we are in the midst of something that is seriously Twilight Zone stuff. Our vice president of this country is down there twerking, and then, Biden's probably already asleep on the plane heading to Delaware when they both should be heading back to Washington right now. So I just hope that Trump can seize on this and basically, do something about that. I'm looking to see, because Elon gave a little hint. He gave a hint that possibly the Joe Rogan, is this it? No, this is something else. That the Joe Rogan podcast may come out tonight even. I'm looking. I still don't see it. It's gonna break the internet when it is. Okay, what do we got here? We have a video of Trump. Let me see if I can pull this down real quick. Doing my technological advancing stuff here. We have a video from Trump. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is Trump. Doing this real quick here on the fly. We have a message from Trump from the airplane. Let me see if I can't put this together here. Okay, here we go.
Just win. So I said, will they understand in Traverse City? Otherwise, I'll be very upset with myself. And I think you will. And it's a Friday night, so we can sit around. We'll do an extra special job when we get there. I think we land in about 2 hours. Just win. So I said, will they understand in Traverse City? Otherwise, I'll be very upset with myself. And I think you will. And it's a Friday night, so we can sit around. We'll do an extra special job when we get there. I think we land in about 2 hours. And we're stepping on the gas. But it's all about winning, and we had to spend some extra time with some people. And lots of people, actually. But we are going to do a special performance, and we'll be there. And I think you'll see the plane land and the whole thing. And we really appreciate it. Hope you can stay around. We'll be about 2 hours. I should land around 10 or a little before that. And I appreciate it very much. We're going to have a good time tonight. See you in a little while.
All right, so that was posted. It looks like that was posted about, how long ago that was? That was posted at 8:30. It's now 8:53, so that is 20 plus minutes ago. Trump posted that, saying he's on his way, hoping to land at 10 o'clock. So we are still an hour to an hour and a half out from him being here. I'm looking. Kamala's team is playing some kind of stupid video. We can listen to that, I guess, while we're burning some town here. Let's listen in on this.
Even for rape or incest, Donald Trump did this. He took away our freedom.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
How sad is it Oops. So this may be Beyonce coming out. Let me check now. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to play that music. Let me see who's coming out here. Don't know who this woman is. But the entire stage is adorned in reproductive freedom. That's the entirety of her message here in closing. This is nuts.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. My name is Yesenia Gomez Gamboa. I was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona. And first of all, I want to thank you, Texas, for this amazing welcome. I know it's not for me, but it's still amazing.
I just can't understand how you would have an entire event simply about that. That's insane. An entire event that you have built just around reproductive freedom. So I'm trying to understand why there's any men in the audience at all. Why would you just go and sit through that stuff? That's absolutely insane. But nonetheless, that's what we got. Oh, this is horrible. Yeah, it's horrible. It's really horrible. An entire event just for that. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm looking to see if I can't possibly find... I know that J.D. Vance had a rally today. Let me see if I can find the video of that rally. And if we have that, I can go to it. Let me just see if we have that. J.D. Vance. Hold 1 second. Let's see the latest one. I'm trying to find him. Okay, here's J.D. Vance. It was on earlier. Hold on. Listen to this idiot while I find that so you have something to listen to. But, all right, so you got to give me a chance here because I'm trying to find that the J.D. Vance rally so we could play that. But all I see is small cuts. I don't see the full rally. If I could find it, I'd put it up for you guys so we'd have something to discuss. That's an old one. J.D. Vance rally today. Because I'm just not interested in listening to a bunch of people talk about baby removal. Just doesn't float my boat. Don't just want to do it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play my intro. Wait a minute, is this the one? I'll be right back. I'm going to play my intro video from this when I first started this show, which will allow me to basically start doing some computer stuff here and pull down some videos we could watch that you may not have seen. So bear with me. Let me just go ahead and restart this.
You've quoted General Milley calling Donald Trump a fascist. You yourself have not used that word to describe him. Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I also believe that the people who know him best on this subject should be trusted. Again, look at their career.
And, one other thing that you'll see next week, Caitlin, is Trump actually reenacting the Madison Square Garden rally in 1939. I write about this in my book. President Franklin Roosevelt was appalled that neo-Nazis, fascists in America were lining up to essentially pledge their support for the kind of government that they were seeing in Germany. So I don't think we can ignore it. Now,
in the last few days, the vice president has started to talk about Donald Trump as a fascist, as someone who's spoken approvingly of Hitler. Raise your hand if you've heard about those comments. Okay. What do folks think? Is that something that's persuasive to you? Is that something that you'll factor into your vote? Linda?
To me, it's horrible that she's saying that about him. If he was saying that about her, everybody would be up in arms. I just don't think that's right to come in.
Thank you, sorry, Linda. What other folks think about what the vice president's saying based on accounts of people who've worked with the President Trump? What do folks think about her making those charges and those characterizations?
She obviously thinks it's going to help her. I don't think it does at all.
I don't know why, if it was Kelly who heard the president say that, I'm not saying he did or he didn't. I don't think he'd lie. I think you said that, Mark, on an episode. But I think that he had a responsibility to resign the day that was said, if that's true. I don't think that's the case.
Okay. What do other folks think?
I can't. I think part of the reason why I'm being pushed towards Trump so strongly is that I find that the Democrats and the left just keep going straight to Hitler all of the time with everything.
Pretend that Kamala Harris is faster than it had in a generation in 40 years when Donald Trump was president. That's also a record to brag on. And, you know, we got a beautiful baby back here with a Make America Great Again shirt. You know, if we were part of the Kamala Harris campaign, I'd say get him registered to vote, but not until he's 18. But look, here's the thing, and I kind of feel bad for Governor Tim Walz, if I'm being honest with you. And I know it's you didn't expect me to stand up here and be all bipartisan, but Tim Walz has got the hardest job in American politics. Think about this. He's got to go around and try to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars in new spending, which drove inflation through the roof, but of course she did. He's got to go around and pretend that Kamala Harris did not open the American southern border when every one of us knows that's exactly what she did. And he's got to run around pretending that Kamala Harris is the candidate of change, even though she's been the vice president of the United States for 3.5 years. He's got to pretend that somehow Kamala Harris is going to solve the very problems that she created while in government over the last 3.5 years. And I think in 11 days, the state of North Carolina, we're going to send a message to Kamala Harris. You are not the candidate of change. In fact, you're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. Now, again, even though I don't like Kamala Harris's policies, look at me. I'm being a nice guy tonight. I'm talking about how Tim Walz has got the toughest job in politics, and Kamala Harris, she's got one thing going for her, my friends. It's that every time Kamala Harris does an interview, I think that Donald Trump picks up about 100,000 votes. Now, if you remember, a couple of weeks ago, she did an interview with The View, and in 19 seconds in a softball interview, she blew up her entire campaign. Now this, my friends, this is the sacrifice that I make running as vice president of the United States. I watch Kamala Harris on The View so that you don't have to. But remember Kamala's entire campaign. Her whole campaign is to pretend that she's going to solve the problems that she caused over the last 3.5 years. She'll stand up before a crowd and she'll say, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis that affects American families. And she'll say, on day one, we are going to secure that southern border. And all of us with a lick of common sense are saying, Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing the whole time? So that's been the theme of Kamala Harris's campaign. Then she goes on The View. And they say, what is one thing that you would have done differently from Joe Biden over the last 4 years? And Kamala Harris says, well, nothing comes to mind. Now, in her defense, I think that could be the slogan of the Kamala Harris campaign. Nothing comes to mind. Whatever the topic is, whatever policy we're talking about, nothing comes to mind. But in 19 seconds, she blew up the entire narrative of her campaign. The dishonesty at the heart of the Kamala Harris campaign is that somehow she's going to be different for the next 4 years from what she was the first 4 years. And I don't think any person believes it. We do not believe it. The state of North Carolina is going to reject that lie in 11 days, and we're going to make Donald Trump not just the winner of North Carolina, but the president-elect of the United States of America. And I got to tell you that there are so many problems, so many issues where we could walk through Kamala Harris and her failure. We could talk about how Kamala Harris has created a schooling system where we indoctrinate children instead of educating them, and that's a disgrace. We could talk about Kamala Harris and her crazy foreign policy. It seems like we've increasingly got a war breaking out on every continent all across the world, and I happen to believe that we're going to get back to Donald Trump's policy of peace through strength. Make America safe, make America secure. And you know, these wonderful soldiers that put on the uniform and risk their lives for us every single day, that is the most precious resource we have as Americans, is we still have hundreds of thousands of young Americans who put on the uniform and fight for us. We got to use those resources and respect those resources as precious. You don't send them to every foreign conflict. You don't send them to police the world. You send them to fight for America's national security, and that's what Donald Trump's going to do. But I think the two biggest issues, the two issues where Kamala has been such a complete and utter failure, are at the border and when it comes to inflation. And of course, these things are connected, and we'll talk about that in a second. But here's the thing. The average North Carolina family is $1,000 per month poorer than they were when Donald Trump was president. North Carolinians are paying 28% more for groceries. They're paying 35% more for gasoline. They're paying 45% more for housing. And they're doing it not because of an act of God, not because they did anything wrong, but because they've been failed by the leadership of Kamala Harris. So I got a very simple question. Do y'all want to pay more for gas? Do you want to pay more for groceries? Do you want to pay more for housing? Then are we going to make Kamala Harris the president of the United States? Hell no. What we're going to do, and it's going to be so much better, is we're going to unleash a golden age of American prosperity under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. And we're going to do it by doing the things that Kamala Harris didn't do. You know, every time they ask Kamala Harris a question, what is your specific plan for lowering prices for American families? What are you going to do actually to secure the southern border? She'll go, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. And it's like, okay, Kamala, that's nice, but you grew up in a middle-class family, and then what? What are you going to do to help those middle-class Americans you allegedly care so much about? Or they'll say, well, look, the world has gone to hell in a handbasket. It's chaos all over the world. How are you going to fix that problem? And she'll say, well, I used to work at McDonald's, and I made the hash browns when I worked at McDonald's, and, I used to believe that. I don't even know if that's true, actually. I think that maybe Donald Trump has worked at McDonald's for longer than Kamala Harris has. But even if it is true, she has got no agenda to run on, and every time she talks about her agenda, again, I think that Donald Trump and I pick up about 50,000, 100,000 votes. Because she goes around, and I've never, the president made this observation to me. We were on the phone a few months ago, and he's like, have you ever seen a politician going around the country saying she's going to raise people's taxes? And I was like, that's a good point. Even the ones who are lying to you, who want to raise your taxes, will at least tell you that they want to cut your taxes. Kamala Harris is the only candidate that I've ever seen who will tell you she wants to make your tax rates higher. It's ridiculous. Meanwhile, she wants to use all that money to pay foreign companies to poach our jobs and steal our industries, and I think that's got it exactly upside down. So while Kamala Harris is promising to raise your taxes and then reward companies that ship jobs overseas, Donald Trump wants to cut your taxes and punish the foreign countries that are stealing our jobs and stealing our industrial base. That's a much better pathway to prosperity. While Kamala Harris is talking about increasing regulation, she's promising that she's going to put hundreds of billions of dollars of additional regulations on the American economy. Donald Trump and I believe that we can have clean air, we can have clean water, and we can also have a growing economy that creates prosperity for all. Cut out the ridiculous regulations and focus on prosperity for the American citizens. You know, Kamala Harris has got the worst energy policy. She has gone out there. She's banned or tried to ban fracking. She's talked about it. She's tried to make it harder to do energy leases in the United States of America. They've all done all these ridiculous regulations that make it harder for Americans to actually use the incredible energy resources that we have right here in the United States of America. Kamala Harris wants us to buy oil and gas from tin pot dictators all over the world. Donald Trump wants us to buy oil and gas from American workers and American territories, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And when we do that, my friends, it's going to lower energy costs for American citizens. It's going to make gas, it's going to make heat in your house more affordable. I know it doesn't get quite as cold in North Carolina winters as it does in Ohio winters, but it still gets pretty cold, right? So we want to make it easier for you to heat your home in the winter. We want to make it easier for you to fill up your tank and get to work and take your kids to school in the morning. We want to make it easier for you to afford the American dream, but the only way that we're going to do that, the only way we're going to make the American dream more affordable is to fire the current leadership of Washington, D.C. and put Donald Trump back where he belongs. Now, of course, the biggest difference, and that's a lot to say because there's a lot of differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is, of course, more of the same on this wide open southern border, and Donald Trump is saying, my friends, we're going to shut it down. We're going to close down that border. We're going to build the wall. We're going to reimpose deportations, and we're going to put American citizens back in charge of their own country. And it's hard to overstate how bad Kamala Harris has been on this. From the moment she came into the Oval Office, she actively bragged about undoing Donald Trump's successful border policies. She said, we're going to suspend deportations. She said that we're going to make it harder for people who are illegally in this country to get taken out of this country. She said it was compassionate to allow the Mexican drug cartels free reign over the United States of America. You know what I think real compassionate is? Putting the interests of your citizens first and cutting out the terrible sex trafficking and drug trafficking the Mexican drug cartels have been doing in this country. But she's not just rolling out the red carpet for illegal aliens in this country. Kamala Harris is also promising to give them benefits paid for by the American taxpayer. She has the audacity. Everywhere she goes, it's the most dishonest thing she does in her campaign. She has the audacity to accuse Donald Trump of wanting to go after Social Security when she is trying to give Social Security to illegal aliens. You want to bankrupt the United States of America? You want to bankrupt Social Security? Give it to illegal aliens, which is exactly what Kamala Harris is proposing to do. She talks about how Donald Trump wants to take away Medicare. Donald Trump has fought to protect Medicare his entire life as a leader of this country. Kamala Harris is promising illegal aliens will get access to Medicare. And not just that, but she'll pay using your tax dollars. She'll pay for illegal aliens who commit violent crimes to get sex changes on taxpayer dime. It's crazy. It's hard to believe that even 10 years ago, we would have had an American Democrat running on this disgusting open borders agenda. Now, Donald Trump and I, of course, we've got a different message to people who have come into this.
So I found a better video as we're trying to burn the time here. Today, J.D. Vance had a town hall meeting in North Carolina, in a place called Monroe, North Carolina. So while we're waiting, just to let you know, let me give you a couple different things to chew on. Yeah, they're still bombing Iran. If you could, please go ahead and if you want to join our private forum over in Xland, go to fanfareshop.org/group and join our private forum over there. I think you guys might like it. It looks like Doug Bergram, is that how you pronounce his name? He's talking over in the event in Traverse City, Michigan, so we can cut to that and let's see if we hear a little bit about what he has to say. So they've begun putting the speakers up, so maybe there'll be some people you guys might want to have interest. Okay, here's Doug.
Everything done, permits, boom, from beginning to end. They'd been receiving soybeans for 2 months when we cut the ribbon, so actually 22 months. And you know who was opening up that soybean processing plant in North Dakota? Minnesota soy growers.
No.
Thank you very much. Come on our side of the border. Bring it on over. We got more. We got a call actually right after that, and another soybean processing plant said we've been trying to get going in Minnesota, 20 miles east of the border. They said, can we come over too? Because in 2 years we couldn't even get our permits.
See, I give you credit. This is what good governors do. They take American businesses and they help them flourish in their state. Be nice to do that here, wouldn't it? And that's so important because right now we can do that in the state of Michigan. We have got to get this state back on track, and we can do it. But I think something you mentioned was interesting. You talk about the high taxes in Minnesota, and that on a national level is very important because if you take somebody into Washington who believes that the more you tax the people, the more benefit they can have in government, we don't want that. We don't want higher taxes. But let me tell you what Democrats want to do in the state of Michigan. Recently, one of the Democrats in our legislature decided that they should start taxing entertainment in Detroit. I mean, can Detroit kind of get a break? I mean, give me a break. But then one of the other ones, Mallory McMorrow, she was like, I think we could do it across the whole state. Sounds like somebody needs to be voted out of office. We don't want high taxes. Tell us how you do it with low taxes.
Well, I'm happy to say that in North Dakota we've cut taxes every legislative session I've been in office. We now 60% of North Dakotans no longer pay any income tax at all. And
we should do that.
Yeah, no. So we're so our taxes are going down. Our regulations are going on. We focus. We have a red tape reduction effort. We've got a website. We solicit ideas from the public. We ask them to contribute their ideas. We passed 51 red tape reduction bills last legislative session.
How do you get the public to help you with this? Because that's how it should be. It's we the people, right?
Well, absolutely. But we just say, we have a website. You go there. If you're frustrated with something, like a permit took too long, or you wanted to do something that was smart and had common sense, but somehow there was a regulation that you couldn't do it, we just said we want to hear about it. And we combed through all those ideas, and then we turn them into bills, and then we introduce them. And we said, let's get rid of this stuff. Part of the way you get rid of the cost of government is you stop doing the mind-numbing, soul-sucking, non-common sense work that frustrates every citizen, and it also frustrates the team members at the state that don't want to be doing that stuff. So it makes it better for the state team members. We don't need as many state team members. They're happier. And then the public, we say in North Dakota, treat the taxpayers like customers. They're paying for everything. I'm a private sector guy. I got in there, I'm like crazy. They're the customer. They're the ones that are the citizens. They're paying for it. Let's treat them that way.
So you mentioned that you're a private sector guy. Your background is really computers and cybersecurity and things like that. A lot of people don't realize that we have companies that every day they have some sort of a ransom attack. They have all of their information taken. And there are people working behind the scenes on it to try to keep companies safe, but it's not well known right now. And we could be attacked at any time on a national level. So tell us a little bit about the national security implications of not being prepared for a cyber attack.
Well, I talked earlier about that we're in two proxy wars right now, one with Russia and one with Iran, and then we're in a Cold War with China. But we're in a cyber war every day, and those three actors, Iran, Russia, China, and then throw in North Korea. Those four have active people attacking the U.S. every single day, and they attack school districts, they attack tribes, they attack cities, they attack states. When I got into office, I never served a day in office until the same day President Trump got elected. And by the way, that was a fun night. We knew we were going to win. It was a close one. I think we won by 41 points or something. But
I'm sorry. The two of them as an opening act are awful. The crowd is going to be asleep by the time Trump gets there with the two of them. I mean, there's just like no energy. It's forced conversation. I'm sorry, I can't watch that. I mean, I like him, and I think, who's that, Tudor Dixon? Or is that Katie Britt? Whichever one it is. I can't do that, man. It's like nails on a chalkboard. people can't be animated. They can't talk to the crowd. It's like they're having a conversation over coffee and everyone else is just kind of eavesdropping in on their conversation. They're not engaging the crowd. Have you not learned from Trump? You talk to the people. You're on stage and you're sitting there talking to each other and not getting the crowd. I mean, you're basically at this point fluffers. You got to keep this crowd engaged, sort of like what I'm doing. So hopefully I've got something to keep you engaged. This happened today. This was a town hall meeting with J.D. Vance in North Carolina, because this thing here, this is bad. I can't even believe they're doing this. Right here, let's listen to this.
Not bad, North Carolina. We brought it, didn't we?
Not bad.
We did okay, guys.
Where's the open bar? Is that because you guys are having some fun? It's good to be here. Thank you for doing this, Laura.
Oh my gosh, I'm honored to do it. And as you heard, and I know you know this already, this is my home state. Do you guys remember, JD, you probably remember this, that Hillary Clinton said that North Carolina was going to be her firewall in 2016, and Donald Trump blew right through that firewall, didn't he? It was amazing. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you saw, Laura, because obviously Kamala Harris in the final days of the campaign, she's bringing out the big guns. Oh. And a couple of days ago, she enlisted as her chief surrogate on CNN a person who knows how to beat Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton. So when you rely on Hillary Clinton to tell you how to beat Donald Trump, your campaign's not going too well. And I think that's exactly what's true for Kamala Harris.
Well, we know that. And we're going to prove it 11 days from now for sure. But it only works if everybody here gets out and votes and make sure that they don't go vote alone, right, JD?
That's exactly right. So what I always say, Laura, is don't just vote. Vote 10 times. And then, of course, because we're Republicans, people get a little uncomfortable and say, well, we only vote once, right? But here's the legal way to vote 10 times. Is you get yourself to the polls and then you take 9 of your friends and family with you. So to be clear to the reporters at the back, we don't want the Washington Post headline to be J.D. Vance encourages voter fraud in North Carolina. I'm talking about taking your friends and family to the polls, because we know that the corporate media and Kamala Harris and all of her allies, they're never going to tell the truth about Donald J. Trump, but you all can tell the truth about Donald J. Trump. And if we do that, we're going to win North Carolina, we're going to turn the whole country red, and we're going to make Trump the next president.
Love it. Absolutely. All right, so we have some audience members today who I think have a few questions for you. And I don't know that these are going to be as tough as the ones you're used to getting on TV, but I know you're prepared for these. So, are you Kelly?
Kelly.
All right, Kelly, have at it.
Hey, Senator Vance. Kelly from Monroe. Just want to thank you for your service, first of all.
Thank you, Kelly. And thanks to all the veterans in the room for their service, because I'm sure there's a lot of them. God bless you guys.
I'm also a Master Sergeant here in the Air National Guard out of Charlotte.
Thank you, man.
Amazing. And thank you to our law enforcement in the room as well.
I just got back from my state active duty on Friday, got off my orders, and I've been in western North Carolina, mostly the Asheville area. And
God bless you, man. That's awesome.
Our mission there, I work with the Army, and I want to say this as an Air Force guy. The Army was amazing to work with. We're brothers and sisters in this, and we did so much good while we were there. And I just want to say, I thank them a lot for what we did. Our mission was to go out and knock on doors, do welfare checks on the elderly, the poor, people in rough situations. We delivered food, water, essentials, and more. We did a lot. My question to you would be, what I've noticed as a 28-year vet, without getting too deep into it, but the little bit of coordination with the FEMA, I can see can get better.
Yep.
As the National Guard, we like to go in there and do our mission, get it done, and get out, and help these people as fast as possible. And there's a lot of people that need help. And there's a lot of people willing to help and a lot of supplies there. I think we could do a better job getting those people what they need faster. Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, amen to that, Kelly, and thank you for doing what you're doing. I know that when you guys show up, especially in some of these distressed areas where people feel left behind and forgotten, when they see you there, they feel better and they know their fellow Americans care about you. So God bless you and everybody that helped out in Western North Carolina. Let me put it simply, man, we could do so much better. And when President Trump is back in the White House, we will do so much better for the people of Western North Carolina. Look, we got to be honest. First of all, what happened with the federal response was pure bureaucratic incompetence. What you needed, think about this, in 2010, right after the earthquake in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, the 82nd Airborne was in Haiti 2 days later. The 82nd Airborne was an hour away from Western North Carolina and didn't get there for a week. That is a disgrace. And it's a disgrace from the military leadership, speaking particularly of Kamala Harris, because we know that the members of the 82nd Airborne would have been thrilled to go the day after the hurricane hit. Why didn't Kamala Harris and Joe Biden order them to do so? The fact that they didn't shows that Kamala Harris should be nowhere near the Oval Office of the United States of America. But it's just straightforward incompetence. When you have these different agencies, right? We've got all these 3- and 4-letter agencies. They've got a job to do. And look, let's be honest, some of them on the ground are doing a very good job. But when you have this bureaucrat who's got this territory and this bureaucrat that's got that territory, sometimes what you need to cut through all the red tape and to cut through all the garbage is you need leadership. You need the president and the vice president to show up and say, your job is to save as many lives as possible and then to help people rebuild. What you don't need is a president who was on the beach and a vice president who was raising money in California. You've got to have people focus on American citizens and helping them out. And I just want to say one thing about this, Kelly. Obviously, thank God, this storm is in the past. Now we've got to help people in Western North Carolina rebuild and try to make as much out of a very tough situation. That's where we are now. But we got to remember that Western North Carolina is part of the Appalachian region of this country. And Appalachia has been left behind and forgotten by our leaders for 40, 50 years. What I promise you is that when Donald J. Trump is the leader of this nation, Appalachia will not be forgotten. Donald Trump will remember who he serves and who he leads, and he's going to fight for the people of Western North Carolina.
Couldn't agree with you more. One of the things I will say that I saw with my own eyes, I got photos and videos from so many of my friends and family, JD, who live in Wilmington, North Carolina, 6 hours away from the mountains, who were loading up their cars with as much as they could, supplies, and driving across the state to deliver it. It was so beautiful to see the American spirit come out in the midst of a disaster like that. It really shows you that we really are the greatest country on earth. We have the greatest people. We love each other. We support each other. And with a great leader at the top, we can do anything at all. Everything's possible.
That's right. That is well put, Laura. About 10 days after the hurricane hit, we actually were talking with some pilots, just volunteered to fly food and water and medicine. They did it because they love their fellow citizens and they love their country. You're absolutely right. We've got the best people. We've got generosity of spirit in the United States that nobody else in the world can match. We just got to fix the broken leadership of Washington, D.C. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, we will.
That's why we're here.
All right, I think we have Beth with a question. Where is Beth? Oh, there she is. You're right there.
Senator Vance, my name is Beth, and I'm from right here in Monroe. And like many parents, I'm concerned about immigration. Yesterday, the front page of the New York Post reported that last year, the benefits we are providing illegal immigrants cost us $150 billion. To put that in context, the entire budget for the state of North Carolina last year was $33 billion. So how soon will President Trump close the border?
Thank you. You know, I think that President Trump will close the border. I'm just guessing here, right about January 20th, 2025 is when Donald Trump is going to close the border, Beth. And you know what? One of the things, Beth, the press does and Kamala Harris's campaign does is they try to make us feel like bad people for believing in border security. They say that border security is not compassionate, but then they miss the fact that 320,000 children have effectively gone missing thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. It's not compassionate to those children, and it sure as heck isn't compassionate to the American citizens who are suffering under this terrible border crisis. Now, we talk all the time about fentanyl, and we should, because it's 100,000 American citizens who are dying because of this poison the cartels are bringing into our country. We don't talk as much about the fact that hospital wait times, emergency room wait times, have gone up radically in the United States of America because we've got a lot of illegal aliens who are getting put in front of line of American citizens. We talk about the price of housing, which has gone up 40%. That's what happens when you have 25 million people and you put them in homes that ought by right go to American citizens. We talk about schools. What happens to the education for an American child when you drop hundreds of people into their school district who don't even speak the language? That distracts critical resources from the children of American citizens. We're going to have better education, better health care, lower housing, and we're going to tackle this fentanyl crisis because Donald J. Trump is going to close the border, and we're going to start the very first day. Thank you, Ben.
We built over 500 miles of border wall the first time. You can guarantee yourself Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are going to complete the wall.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right.
I know. All right, Mike is up with the next question. Where's Mike? Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you guys? Hi, Senator Vance. My name is Mike, and I own an insurance agency in North Carolina. Like everything under Biden and Harris, auto, home, and business insurance costs have skyrocketed the last 3 years, not to let alone energy and labor costs. What is your plan to help small businesses, and especially small town America?
Thank you, Mike. It's a very important question. I appreciate you asking it. Look, the first and most important thing that we're going to do to lower prices, and obviously it benefits American consumers, it benefits American workers, and it benefits American business owners. And President Trump, it's the simplest, but it's actually the most important policy proposal to lower prices, and that's drill, baby, drill. He says it all the time because it matters. And I think some don't appreciate that when energy goes up, everything becomes more expensive, right? Think about it. If the truck driver who's delivering the food to the grocery store is paying 45% more for diesel, then we're all paying more for groceries. If the guy delivering the lumber to the construction site is paying 50% more for gas, then we're all paying more for housing. That's what higher energy costs do, is they make it hard for us to afford a good life. Now, insurance rates. Why are insurance rates so high, especially in automotive insurance? And this goes back to Beth's question, is because of illegal immigration. When you drop millions upon millions of people into your country, a lot of them are driving around. That makes it riskier to drive a car, which means that our insurance rates go up. We saw this, by the way, in Springfield, Ohio, where folks in Springfield are paying skyrocketing rates for car insurance because their communities have been flooded with people who don't have the right to be in the United States of America. So one, Mike, we're going to lower energy costs and lower all the costs that depend on energy. We're also going to secure the border and make America safe again, which is going to lower insurance costs, but it's going to do a lot more beyond that.
You know, on the way here, JD, I noticed at a local gas station, it was $3.10 a gallon. Anybody remember the low when Donald Trump was in the White House? $1.87 a gallon was how much gas cost when Donald Trump was in the White House. There's something that I don't think gets talked enough about, but our strategic petroleum reserve. Remember what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did to that? And can you explain to everybody why that's important, why it's there, and will we refill it so that if we need it, It is available.
Yeah, so, Laura, this is such a good question. This is the scandal that the American media never talks about in the run-up to the 2022 midterms, because Americans were rightly very angry about high gas prices. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they drained the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That is the reserve of oil that we have in case, God forbid, we get into a war with a foreign adversary. They drained it to lower the cost of gasoline, to hide from their own bad energy policies. And of course, as soon as they left office, what happened? Gas is now $3.10 a gallon at this gas station down the street. And you think it's not going to get worse? If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, gas prices, we're going to be praying for $3.10 gasoline. It's going to be $5 a gallon, because she has declared war on American energy, and she has said herself, she wants this country to go completely gasoline-free by 2040, or at least her surrogates have said that. That's going to bankrupt this country. It's going to drive up the cost of energy. But think about this. Kamala Harris drained our strategic reserve of oil so that she could win an election. What else would she do to win an election, and how much more would she sacrifice your interests and our prosperity for her own political gain? We can't reward that kind of politics, which is why I think we ought to send Kamala Harris back to San Francisco, where she belongs, and not to the Oval Office. And Laura, you're a North Carolina girl. I'm an Ohio guy. We know what Kamala Harris wants to do and what Donald Trump wants to do. Donald Trump wants to make America great again. Kamala Harris wants to make America California. With sky-high energy prices, runaway inflation, we don't want that. Let's go the Trump way. Let's make America great again and keep America clean, safe, and secure.
Yeah, don't California my America,
That's
please.
right.
Do not do that. Okay, we've got another question from Al. Al is right over here. Hello, Al.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Al Alexander. I'm from Harrisburg, North Carolina. I served in the United States Air Force for many years.
God bless you, Al. Thank you.
My question is about Social Security. And I heard many people around here, not here, but elsewhere, say that Republicans want to end Social Security. What I want to know is, what is the plan to protect Social Security?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, Al, again, a very good, a very important question, and thank you for your service. And let me say this, that when Kamala Harris says that we're going to go after Social Security, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He already protected Social Security, and he's going to do it again. Now, here's what we're going to do, Al. The most important thing, the biggest unexpected strain on our Social Security reserves is that we have got billions and billions of dollars going to illegal aliens who have no right to be in this country. Social Security ought to go to the people who paid into Social Security, not the people who don't have the right to be here. That's number one. And the second thing, Al, I mean, look, Social Security, if you get the illegal aliens off of Social Security and you stop politicians from raiding the Social Security budget to pay for their ridiculous spending, we actually can very easily get Social Security on a sustainable pathway, but we've got to stop people like Kamala Harris from, one, trying to give it to illegal aliens, and two, raiding Social Security to pay for her radical ideas. We do those two things, we're going to protect Social Security. And Al, that's exactly what we want to do. We want to keep America's promises to our seniors. Donald J. Trump believes that as much as anybody in this country. He's already done it. He's going to do it again. Thank you, Al.
You know, JD, while we're on the subject of lies from the Democrats, I mean, I don't know how much time y'all got tonight. But let's quickly just make it very clear for anybody watching, listening, or anybody want to tell your friends, the lie of Project 2025. And why is it that the Democrats would go out of their way, knowing it is a lie, JD, knowing that Donald Trump has said this has nothing to do with him? Why would they go on and continue to tell this lie?
Well, Laura, you just asked me to enter the mind of Kamala Harris, and that's a very dark place. But my guess is she talks about this because she's got nothing else to talk about, and she can't run on her record, right? Kamala Harris can't run on lowering the price of groceries because groceries went up by 25% under her leadership. She can't run on lowering the price of housing because housing is 40% more expensive because of her leadership. And we know she can't run on closing the border because she opened the border. So what she's going to do is lie about Donald J. Trump instead of tell the American people that she screwed up and they shouldn't send her anywhere near the Oval Office. Now, I happen to think that if Kamala really believes what she says, Laura, and she really wants to lower the price of groceries and lower the price of housing and secure the southern border, she is welcome to vote for Donald J. Trump. There's 11 days left, and we'd welcome. But the spirit of bipartisanship is alive in this hangar. We would welcome the support of Kamala Harris. I think it'd be the most honest thing she'd done in public life. But Laura, and Al, your question made me think about this. So Laura and I both have toddlers, right, or close to it. Your kids are a little bit older. I've got a 7, 4, and 2-year-old. And the thing I'll tell you about toddlers is that when they lie kind of like Kamala Harris does. And here, let me give you an example, okay? So I'm a baker. You may be surprised that me and my 4-year-old...
You know where I am, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to culinary school.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
No, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt your story. I love that we know this about each other now.
I'm a baker. So my 4-year-old boy and I were baking an Oreo cake a couple weeks ago. And you've got to break up the Oreos and put it in a cake. And I go to the bathroom and I come back and half the Oreos are gone. And I say, son, what happened to the Oreos? And he didn't kind of say, the dog ate them or one of my siblings ate them. He said, I didn't eat the Oreos, you did. And this, Al, is Kamala Harris is trying to bankrupt Social Security, but you talk to her about it and say, oh, no, I'm not trying to do that, you did. Or Kamala Harris, you opened the border. She's actually running on the idea that the reason the border is open is not because of her policies. She's been in power the last 4 years. It's because of Donald J. Trump. That kind of lying is so brazen and so dishonest. Only 4-year-olds and only Kamala Harris accuse us of doing the very thing she's already done.
I love it. Or she'll just rip it off. Like no tax on tips. She'll just rip it off if she needs to, right? All right, next question is Joe. Where is Joe? Hello.
Hello. Hey, Senator Vance.
How you doing, man?
Welcome back to North Carolina. My name's Joe. I'm here with my 3 boys, Sam, Jack, and Joey.
Good looking crew?
Yes. We're from Cornelius, North Carolina. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran, and thank you for your service. But more importantly is I'm a Christian, and we're a Christian family. Jesus is Lord. Millions of Christians are expected not to vote in this election. What is your message to Christians, leading up to 11 days to the election?
Yes, sir. Well, again, Joe, thank you for your service and thanks for bringing your family to such an important event. I hope that you guys don't look like you're old enough to vote yet. Is that right? Well, if I was Kamala Harris, I'd say register them anyway. But it's okay. We'll wait. We'll wait, Joe. But I've heard this statistic, Joe, that 30 million church-going Christians aren't even registered to vote in the United States of America. And I really think look, we've got to get people who care about religious liberty out there to vote. I mean, did you all see this? It was really sick, and I don't even understand it, but one of Kamala Harris's chief allies, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, is pretending to give Holy Communion, and she's doing it with a Dorito, with some weird podcast star. The only reason you would do that is to slap Christians in the face.
Just wanted to give you guys an update. I'm keeping an eye on the setup at the event. And that guy who always comes out and is in charge of his teleprompters and the microphone is out there adjusting things. So it looks like things may be imminent. I have not seen the jet. Well, I can show you guys as long as there's no music playing. Let me just show you. All right, so you can see the guy is getting ready. Whoever that guy is that always does his teleprompter and his microphone, they just set it, but there is, as you can see, there's no jet back there yet, but it must be imminent. Finally, he's getting close. I wonder if he's going to buzz the area with the big Trump Force One. Not really sure. We'll see. I mean, you'll see it pull up. It's that big, beautiful jet. It would be parked right back there. So he's not there yet. He is coming. Thank you guys all for staying tuned in. And no, I'm not asleep. This doesn't run on autopilot. I have to click buttons. But at the same time, I want you guys to know, while Trump's late, I don't know what's going on in this event that Kamala's doing, because all of a sudden it went dead, and I don't see any Beyonce or anything happening. I know a bunch of people were screaming. Some people were possibly saying she was canceled. I don't know, but it's almost 9:45 and Trump's not on stage. But I can tell you right now, Beyonce ain't on stage either. So don't know really what they're doing over there. So right now, maybe they're doing dual events, wanting to see who can do what. But in any event, nothing going on with the Kamala event. Hope you guys are all hanging out. Thank you. We still have over 8,000 people waiting. We've been on here for 2 hours and 45 minutes. No way, Marcus. No way Beyonce canceled. No way, you people. Come on, tell me that's a rumor. Tell me Beyonce didn't. No way. Tell me Beyonce didn't wait till the last minute and say thanks, but no thanks. Either that or the check didn't clear. Which one was it? Where are you guys getting that information? I don't know. That's crazy. Jay-Z made her cancel. Nah, no way. That's a joke. There's no possible way. There's no possible way. Where will we go, Barry? It's late night on a Friday virtual party. No, dude, you guys are saying this stuff. There's no way that she. Well, somebody's got a good computer here. It says that he's at 12,000 feet and dropping on his way here. All right. So then, as you can see, they're still
aircraft just like Air Force One, but maybe even better.
Yes, and he was on. He had a YouTube video come out with the Nelk boys, and they were able to go on the plane. And we kind of.
All right, so there's still a bunch of people there. They're waiting for him. I'm sure he'll divert from his normal speech and probably do something a lot more fun, because he's got to get these people back in line. So let's finish with the JD thing while I try to look at seeing what's going on with Kamala and also awaiting Trump to land the plane.
And insult them. And the people that are trying to insult your faith, they're sure as heck not going to protect your faith when the time comes to protect it. And that's what I'd say, whatever the issue is, right? I mean, Kamala Harris wants to force Christian hospitals to perform really, like late-term abortions, right? She's actually proposed that. They want to force nuns to close up shop because the nuns won't do their ministry the way that Kamala Harris wants them to. I happen to believe that we're a big enough country where we can respect people's religious right of conscience. Let them practice their faith how they want to. Don't tell the federal government that they get to dictate people's faith to them. And Joe, I mean, look, I'm a person of faith. I care very deeply about it. I go to church every Sunday, though sometimes not on the campaign trail because we're out on the campaign trail. But look, what do Christians care about? I mean, in my experience, they care about being able to raise their kids with their values. How about sending your kids to schools or homeschooling them where they get an education instead of an indoctrination? Right? So if you want to educate your kids as you see fit, if you'd like to be able to raise your children in the faith of your family, if you'd like to be able to teach your children that the Christian faith is true and the gospel of Jesus Christ is real, as I believe that it is, you ought to have the right to do that in the United States of America. And the final point I'll make about this, Joe, is These guys are going out there aggressively insulting Christians with everything they do. It's not just Gretchen Whitmer. It's the policies they pursue, the way that they talk about Christians. You know, of course, there was the rally where somebody shouted something. It was a simple, I think they said, Jesus is Lord. And Kamala Harris said, you're at the wrong rally. Well, if you think Jesus is Lord, you're at the right rally right now, first of all. But I'll say this too, Joe. Even if you don't share my religious faith, I'm still going to fight for your right to practice your faith as you see fit, because my obligation is to the Constitution. It'd be good if Kamala Harris agreed.
And how about the fact that when Donald Trump got back in the White House, we could finally again say Merry Christmas. That was nice. I heard Kamala doesn't like that very much, but that's okay. You know, I am often reminded, time and time again, how close we are to World War III, JD. It's a very scary thing, I think, for a lot of people. And I think back to a time when Donald Trump was in the White House, first president in 82 years with no new wars under his leadership. We had the Abraham Accords, of course, in the Middle East, historic peace agreements that people said would never happen. Talk about, for a minute, if you would, why it's so important in this moment right now to have strong leadership in the White House, our commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world. We see things going on in the Middle East. We see what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. We see China, saber-rattling in the South China Sea. We see all of these things feeling rather unstable around the world. Why is it important that we have Donald Trump back there to make sure we stabilize things?
Yeah, such a good question, and I didn't fully appreciate it.
All right, so I'm seeing a lot of people saying that the Joe Rogan thing is up. Where is it? And if it's on YouTube. See, that I have to wait till it gets on. I may have to wait till it gets on X, because if you pull it from YouTube, that could be a problem. So let me finish up here and let me look and see. Somebody said it's in our private forum, so I'll check that.
This, Laura, until I got into the United States Senate. And what even some of my Democrat colleagues will admit, of course when the cameras are off, but they will admit that the bad guys all over the world, they were kind of scared of Donald Trump, right? and that fear kept a lot of aggression in check, and it kept a lot of wars that otherwise would have started from starting in the first place. And why do you have Russia invading Ukraine during Kamala Harris's watch? And why do you have Iran and Hamas attacking Israel during Kamala Harris's watch? And why do you have China saber-rattling during Kamala Harris's watch? It's because who could possibly fear Kamala Harris? No one. Right? I don't even say that to make fun of Kamala Harris, a little bit for that reason, but more importantly, think about this. This is a woman who is terrified of softball media interviews, and we think that she's going to sit in a room with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. Look, Laura, I was raised by a grandmother who was a devout Christian, by the way, but also loved the F word. She was a woman of many tensions. But my grandmother was tough. She was smart and she was tough. I can't imagine having somebody like Kamala Harris, who's terrified of her own friendly media negotiating on behalf of the United States. You think it's bad now, and it is bad now. It's only going to get so much worse because this stuff compounds on itself, right? One bad domino falls, and then another bad domino falls, and then all of a sudden, God forbid, you're in a major world conflict. And the other thing that Donald Trump, I think, the president really appreciated something that many American leaders have forgotten. President Trump appreciated that the most precious resource we have in the United States of America, and I know we've got a lot of folks here today who fit this description, is the people who put on the uniform and are willing to sacrifice their lives for their fellow citizens. That's an amazing thing. But what do you do with precious resources? you use it wisely. You don't ask our military to be the policemen of the world. You ask them to be the defenders of the United States Constitution and the people who swear allegiance to it. And that is important. That peace through strength approach, but also the smart diplomacy, right? Peace through strength, smart diplomacy. That's the record of Donald Trump. And Laura, you remember this, I'm sure, better than I do. But remember when they said, the media and people like Kamala Harris said that we'd have World War III?
Oh.
Again, it's another you stole the cookie, not me. They're on the verge of World War III, and they have the audacity to say that Donald Trump, the president of peace through strength, is anything but. We need to get back to stability in the world, and Donald Trump is the only guy who's going to deliver it.
Absolutely. All right. We have time for one last question. Our lucky last question is coming from John. Hey, John.
Hi, Senator Vance and Chairwoman Trump. I'm John from Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm currently in law school, and I'm worried about the opportunities for the future. And under Sleepy Joe and Kamala, inflation has been catastrophic, and the economy is a disaster.
Sure.
So what are the Trump-Vance team going to be able to do to bring down this record-hot inflation and create more economic opportunities for younger Americans?
So I appreciate the question. I want to answer it. Before I do, can we just give a round of applause to the great RNC co-chair, Laura Trump, for doing such a good job for our party. She really...
Thank you. They're not cheating in this election, I can tell you that much.
That's right. But one of the things, Laura, I think you've done is give people faith in this election. And obviously nothing's ever going to be perfect. It never was. It never will be. But we are in a much better position in 2024 thanks to the leadership of Laura Trump. So get out there and vote. Get out there and vote.
Yeah.
Just don't clap. Get out there and vote because we're winning North Carolina, but we're only going to keep winning it if we work our tails off for the next 11 days. Now, I want to answer your question, man, because, look, in some ways I'm heartbroken at the sentiment behind the question because the American dream, man, is the story of my life. I was raised by my grandmother. We didn't always have a whole lot of money, but we always had faith in the promise of this country. I genuinely believed, even when times were really tough, that because this was the greatest country in the world, so long as I worked hard and played by the rules, I would be able to achieve my dreams. And to me, that was above running for office or starting a business or writing a book. That was getting married and having a family, and that's the way in which this country has been best to me. So we've got 3 beautiful little kids. There's sometimes hellions, but we love them anyway. And that's the way in which the country's been so good to me. And what I worry about is unless we get better leadership, man, the next generation is not going to be able to talk about the future in the way that I was able to talk about the future when I was growing up in Middletown, Ohio. I think there are a couple things that we've got to do. So number one is you've got to make it easier for young Americans to build wealth in this country. We've got way too many Americans, way too many young people. They're mired in credit card debt. Credit card delinquencies have shot through the roof over the last few months. They have no prospect of owning a home. They have no prospect of really building a life. I don't want young Americans to be paupers, to be permanent renters in the society built by their parents and grandparents. I want them to have a life. And that life, I think, starts with owning a stake in this country. So to be very specific, we want to do a few things. Number one, like I said earlier, we're going to drill, baby, drill to lower energy costs, but also to create a lot of good jobs in the energy sector, and also that'll make it easier to manufacture in the United States of America. The biggest cost for our manufacturers is often energy. If we lower energy costs, we're going to create a Donald Trump golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, and that wealth is going to flow to everybody. Young, old, rich, and poor. That golden age of prosperity is fundamentally why Donald Trump is running for president this time around. We're going to do it. We got to. Second thing we got to do is we've got to make it easier for young people to buy a home, right? Housing crisis have increased by 40% under Kamala Harris's leadership, man. I want you to be able to grow up, finish law school, get a good job, buy a home, and raise a family if you so choose. And that dream is getting further and further away for a lot of young American families. When President Trump is back in office, here's what he's going to do. Number one, we're going to lower interest rates so that people can afford to buy homes again. Mortgage interest rates are way too high. Number two, because we've got a lot of illegal aliens in this country that are occupying homes that ought to go to young Americans, we're going to deport people, and we're going to get a border back in this country to make sure American homes go to American citizens. And then the third thing that we're going to do, and President Trump, is one of the biggest and starkest differences between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And there's a lot of them. But Kamala Harris actively brags about making it easier to ship American jobs overseas and to raise taxes on working Americans. And think about this. I mean, I've never seen a politician, President Trump and I were talking about this a few weeks ago, I've never seen a politician actively say she wants to raise your taxes. Now, sometimes they do want to raise your taxes, but they lie to you. Kamala Harris is out there saying, we're going to eliminate big tax cuts for the American workers. We're going to raise the taxes of the American people. Donald Trump thinks that's exactly upside down. Here's what we're going to do when President Trump is back in the White House. We're going to cut taxes for American workers and penalize the companies that are shipping American jobs overseas. That's how we create prosperity for the next generation.
Just to go back to what I said earlier, I sort of mentioned, I said they're not going to cheat this time around. Let me just be very clear about this. We are never going to repeat the election of 2020 ever again. Okay? Co-chair of the RNC, alongside another North Carolinian, our chairman, Michael Watley, from right here in North Carolina, we said, what do we need to do to make sure that we have free, fair, and transparent elections? And we said, you know what we'll do? We're going to put together the most comprehensive and aggressive election integrity operation this country's ever seen.
Here, here.
And in addition, we're going to promise, we're going to get a lofty goal together, and we'll just put it out there and see what happens. 100,000 people that we would train as poll watchers, poll workers, and legal experts. And I'm happy to report, as of about a week ago, we have trained 230,000 people. But wait, there's more. We have decided that it's time we send a clear message. We're not going to tiptoe around these things. If you're a person who is going to cheat in an election, we will find you, we'll track you down, and we'll prosecute you to the full extent of the law. And if you are illegally voting in our elections, JD, and you are a person who is not a legal citizen and we find out you're voting, we're going to prosecute you to the full extent of the law. That means you're leaving this country. Working. I get texts and phone calls, you can imagine, all the time since early voting has started. And we are identifying problems as they happen. There were 2,500 ballots we found in Lancaster County just yesterday that were fake ballots. Our team identified them, we got rid of them, and everybody knows what to look out for because we've trained everybody very well. They know not to try it this time. So we feel very good. But to close us up tonight, JD, I just want to say thank you to you specifically, because I can appreciate probably more than anyone what it's like to get thrust out into this. No one appreciates that more.
That's not me. That was the video. The video abruptly ended, or froze, or whatever. Yeah, everything else seems to be working. All right, so just to bring you guys up to date on what is going on. Trump is imminent. He's about to land, so we'll see the bird come in. That's what's going on with Trump's event. So he's going to be about 3 hours late. Probably take the stage at about 10:30. Meanwhile, I'm checking out the Beyonce thing. Nothing happening there either. They got some Transformer type DJ playing, but no Kamala, and and no Beyonce. So I don't know what's going on there. So we have the dueling delayed events going on right now. I do have the Joe Rogan podcast downloaded. I'm putting it through the copyright approval tool that I have to see if they're going to allow me to even use it. And then if it gets cleared, then I can basically post it and we can talk about that. But I know it's going to happen as soon as I find out the answer, whether or not it gets cleared. He's going to get on stage. Oh, we have a plane. We have a plane
of Michigan. Yep.
We have a plane. The big bird has arrived. So Trump will be on the stage momentarily. The big bird is pulling in. Whoever had the flight information and was tracking it, you know what? That was kind of scary because he had all that information. Means anybody can get that information. So that's kind of scary. That's really scary. But anyway, here he's pulling up. You're going to see the plane any second now. I'm monitoring both my copyright clearance tool, and I'm looking at Kamala's event, and they've got just boring people talking about baby removal. That's about it. Ain't nothing going on there. All right, so Trump is up. He'll be up soon. The Joe Rogan podcast, which, by the way, is 3 hours long. So I doubt we're going to get to it anyway, because that means we'd be up here until like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I love y'all, but damn, I'm tired. I wonder how long Trump's going to talk. I mean, obviously these people stood out there. It looks like it's kind of cold in Michigan. They've got winter clothes on, which is kind of foreign for me, because no matter what, our whole wardrobe down here is t-shirts and flip-flops. But he's here. Trump Daddy is home. He's pissed. So we'll see what happens when he gets off. The Beyonce thing, she's got to keep them there. That's interesting. I'm leaving up the screen so you can see when the plane pulls in. But she's got to keep them there, because if there's no Beyonce and she kept those people, at least Trump's showing up. I don't know what she's going to do if Beyonce doesn't show up. And I don't know why you'd be holding Beyonce that long if she was really going to be there. That's just crazy. Somebody asked me, could I put it on X? Absolutely, I can put it on X. I thought it was on X. Let me go ahead. You know what I'll do? I'll post it in our forum. You can see what's going on. I should find out pretty quickly here. Yeah, it says about six more minutes for me to find out if it's got copyright clearance. But here it comes. There's that big, beautiful bird. If you guys have never seen that in person, it's flipping awesome. I mean, right down here in West Palm Beach, not too far from where we are in Boca, I've driven by and right by where they keep that thing parked, and it's absolutely stunningly beautiful. Obviously a jet is a jet, but it's just the way it looks. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of machinery. All right, so now what's going to happen is I'll have to bring over the armored limo trucks, and they'll figure out where they're going to park. Well, what? Yeah, that was quick. Is he leaving? Where the hell is he going? Are they going to park that far away? That's interesting. So then they would have to bring the limos over to wherever he's parking it that far. Not sure why, but it's there. Looking over at the Kamala event at the same time, and I don't know who this is. Some really badly looking plastic surgery face looking woman. I don't know who that could be. I hope that's not Madonna, but she looks terrible. I don't know who that is. Looks like a human corpse. Yeah, that's Madonna. Oh my God. Whew. I think that's Madonna. Have you seen what this woman looks like lately? Good Lord. Huh. Ooh, wow. Barry, it's a public app called ADSB Exchange Track Planes by Tail Number. So the question is, if it's a public app, does that mean that even the bad guys could do that as well? Is that why he has to use more than one plane and do different things? Yeah, I think this is Madonna on stage on her thing. Oh boy, she looks awful. All right, bird is in. The bird is in. That's good news. So it won't be long now before he's up on stage. Let's see. I'm seeing seeing more than I could have made it to TC. Not sure what that means. All planes worldwide can be tracked. So there's no way to cloak. See, I don't know anything about aviation in that regard. There's no way to. How do you cloak a plane if you don't want someone to basically track it and do bad stuff to it? Huh. I don't know anything about that. That's crazy. One of you guys need to tell me that. I'm right here in Traverse City. Yes, it's cold, late in the 40s. I feel for all those folks who have been patient and waited hours. Oh, my goodness. The plane is, as you can see, I always wonder when people say this, RSBN showed the plane, he's on his way. We're showing the plane. It's right there. I can see the nose. So, we're right here. The Eagle has landed. He's there, safe. All right. Yeah, that's Madonna. Madonna, if you clicked over to the feed on X with Beyonce's Kamala Harris's thing, the woman on stage that looked like she got beat with the bad end of a battle axe, whew, that's Madonna. She looks absolutely awful. But anyways, whatever. Oh, that's not Madonna? Who is it? Where do we watch the podcast? Well, in a couple minutes, it'll be up in art form. Let me go ahead and, while we're waiting for him to get off the plane, I can do that for you. Let me go to do a post, and let me just do it this way. And Alright, so I'm uploading it now onto X. It should be in the forum very shortly, however long it takes to upload it. It's long, so it's gonna be a bit. So if you want to see it, it'll be in my forum in just a few minutes. You can just go right here and check it out. Let me move that comment so you guys can get to it. Go to fanfareshop.org/group. You can join, and then once you join, you will be able to see it. And when I say join, there's no fee or anything, so just go ahead and jump in there and you'll be able to see it. Barry, check my email. I can't check my email right now. That was Beyonce's mom, Tina Knowles. Whew. Well, here comes Beyonce. Beyonce's walking out, and she's holding hands with some woman. There's no band or anything, so I don't know what she's about to do. Don't really care. Trump is here. Beyonce, it looks like she's got one microphone and maybe a backup singer. This is going to be lame. It's going to be taped. There's no band. She's just going to... At least Springsteen had a guitar with him. People are going to be pissed off when they see that. Alright, so awesome. Thank you. Yeah, we've got 5796. Yeah, we should, as we're pushing people over there, we may want to have somebody approving people real quick here so people can get in there. Alright, so Trump is obviously there. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, it is funny how you think they timed it that way? It's convenient she went on the stage the same time as Trump arrived. That's interesting. Very interesting. It looks like their stream just broke, so it's going to piss some people off as well. So she's going to probably lip sync. Yeah, she's probably going to be a lip sync queen. Waiting to see Trump disembark from the plane. Let's see what's going on. Checking the content, making sure everything's clicking on the buttons. Look like the people are happy. Yeah, I think that's Kelly Rowland. Kelly Rowland is the Kamala just dropped more points. Oh yeah, it's a joke. What is Beyonce? Beyonce isn't doing anything. I can't tell. It looks like the Beyonce feed just dropped, so I don't know what she's doing. Yeah, there are no coincidences. Phil Lesh of the Grateful Dead passed away today. Yep, I saw that. Yep. Nobody wants to watch it. Who cares about Beyonce? All right, so Trump, they're waiting for him to come off the plane, obviously. Think about, these people have been sitting there 3 hours. We've been sitting here 3 hours. And so you have to wonder. You have to think to yourself, he's got to be tired as well. This man has been traveling across the country all day. I don't know where he left from this morning. I don't know where his starting point was. But remember, it seems like it was yesterday we had the press conference in Austin, Texas early this morning. And now, he's here. So, wow. That's a long time. So, what are we doing? Very great job winging it. You rock. I'm trying, bros. I'm trying. I'm staying awake. Standing up every once in a while so my butt don't cramp up on me. The Joe Rogan interview is out. I have it uploading. Let me check and see what it is. It's at 70%. Let me check over here. I got 1 minute left on the copyright check, so everything's happening at the same time. That's the deal right here. So I'm uploading it to X, and I'm also going through the copyright machine to see if I can show it here. But you know what's going to happen? By the time I get approval to run it, this man's going to walk out on stage. So, it figures. So I'm about to kill. I don't really care about Beyonce. She was going to be filler. Let me kill that. Let me go back to my other screen. I'm looking on Trump's. We have more people watching right now than Trump does because all his viewers bolted. So I'm just going to say thank you for everybody because y'all stayed. That's pretty amazing. You guys stayed through an hour and a half or so it took for him to get here, and I greatly appreciate that. Greatly appreciate that. Oh, whoa! Warren Buffett just sold 900. Does that say $981 million stock in Bank of America? Okay, so if you have your money in Bank of America, you might want to watch the hell out. Why would he sell nearly $1 billion in stock? What does he know? What does Warren Buffett know at this point where he's dumping $1 billion of Bank of America? I'll tell you one thing. If he just did it, I wonder what's he going to do on Monday? And what are other people going to do on Monday? He obviously knows something. All right, so we're just waiting on Trump to come out the plane. Let me look here. Checking on my upload. Oh, okay. So, boom. All right, so the entirety, if you go to, just to let you guys know, if you go to our private group on X, the entire interview is now published. Yep, there it is, all 3 hours of it. All right, so it's there. It's ready. 3 hours worth is sitting there in our private group. Didn't have to worry about any copyright on YouTube. Just go there. Do me a favor if you guys want to see it. Let me see if I can put that back up again so you guys can see it yourselves. Here we go. All right, here is the link to go to. If you guys want to see the 3 hour interview, just go to fanfareshop.org/group and join. It's free to join. no cost, and it's probably going to be the top post that you see inside the group. So it's right there in its entirety. I haven't edited it, haven't done anything. I just reposted it up there, and you can watch it. But don't go now. Wait till after Trump. It's going to be there. It ain't going nowhere. If you want to stay up until 2 o'clock in the morning and watch it, it's going to be there. So your request to join the group is still pending. Let me go ahead and fix that for you. Let me see if I can. Yeah, we've already got people watching it, so let me go ahead and get to the group and approve you. I had a bunch of people. Boom. Not sure which one you were, but I just did approve a bunch of people. So if you're one of them, it's there. Let me just look here. Everybody is approved. Yep, you're all set. If you just joined, go ahead. It's all set. You can take a look at it, and you're good to go. All right, so we're waiting for Trump to deplane. So they're already playing music, but let's see. Where is he? Probably waiting for Secret Service and everything. Gigantic Man, I'm not sure what your handle was on Twitter, but if you submitted it, it's there. All right, so it's up there. Yep, Filipino. Yep, it's up there. You don't have to worry about anything. Fanfare should be about 6,000. It might be. There's about 4,000 on X. Yeah, go ahead and watch it right now. Well, no, don't go right now, but it'll be there. I don't care. Either way, join the forum. Come on back. Do what you want to do. People asking again, what's the address to the forum? There's the address to the forum. fanfareshop.org/group. fanfareshop.org/group. And Trump is walking to the stage, so let's go ahead and get him. He's all he's all duded out. He's in Dark MAGA tonight. Dark MAGA Trump. Dark MAGA Trump. Here he is. Wow. Finally, at 10:21. So he's 3 hours behind schedule. So let's see, what he does here. Pretty awesome. Pretty friggin' awesome. I just want to tell each and every one of you, I can't believe this many people stayed. I appreciate it. You could have left and done what you needed to do, and you chose to stay. So, thank you. Thank you for staying. So I'm not sure what music that was he's playing, but here he comes. I don't know what's with the music. Different music, that's for sure. This should be fire. I understand he's going to say some different things, so I don't know what he's prepared. Hope he got some rest on the plane. He looks good. He's Dark MAGA tonight. Dark MAGA for sure. Now I hope there's no problems with their production because it's been sitting out there for hours. Hopefully the audios and cameras and everything's working. You guys are friggin'. You guys friggin' rock. There are nearly 10,000 of you who stayed all that time. I'm flabbergasted, absolutely flabbergasted that you guys stayed all this time. You rock. You absolutely friggin' rock. Yeah. All right. So he's about to. That's not Lee Greenwood. I don't know what kind of music that is, but it sounded kind of like scary music or something. Oh, it's the Undertaker song. What kind of message is that? What's he portraying? Why did he go from God bless you? Oh, I know why. Dark MAGA. Dark MAGA, he came out with a different song. That's exactly what happened. Okay. So, gotta wonder what message he's sending right now. I know earlier he had posted, because he heard about all the cheating going on, and he said, if you cheat, you're going to jail. They must know some stuff. He knows he's got this in the bag, so he must have decided to come out, well, obviously, Dark MAGA Trump. First time. This is the first time this man has worn that black hat. The black coat, obviously, because it's colder, but he's wearing that black hat. And of course, it just froze up. But very interesting. Undertaker endorsed him, but war mode. Maybe that's what it is too. War mode. Wartime consigliere, right there. Right? Yeah, we're all ready to fight. You're ready to fight. The Undertaker. So they're playing a long intro. It doesn't usually take this long for God Bless the USA to play, but he's doing it. Thank you very much. I'm touched. You guys all hung out that long, and as we tried to fill the time with stuff. What you waiting for, bro? Start talking. Oh wow, yeah. This fact is, I've noticed some of the faces people came back. It's like, hey, listen, it's 10 o'clock. Trump's coming back. Hey, listen, go out to dinner and come back, and we're still sitting here. Speaking of getting something for dinner, I think once you start talking, I'm gonna have to go grab a sandwich. Definitely got to get some water. I'm parched. Come on, bro, start talking. And I'm getting text. What's going on here? Okay. Some people are saying the chat is nuts. Go to slow mode. After all this time, now we're gonna go to slow mode on everything. Okay, hold on. Let me fix that. Chat is nuts. Slow mode. Hey, SV. Slow mode is now on. Slow mode is enabled. Wow, this is interesting. I've never seen him do this. Tons and tons and tons of rallies. Usually he comes out to Lee Greenwood and just walks up and starts talking, but he's not. He's letting this music play. That's a different Trump. Make me a sandwich, as Nick Dipolo says. Oh, SB, Stephanie, we love you, President Trump. Barry, thank you so much for staying with us. I was going to cut it, and then I noticed not a whole lot of people were leaving, so I'm like, okay, if y'all ain't leaving, I hate slow mode. So, SV, go ahead and explain to people why you need to have slow mode. So, in order for the mods to work, in order for them to make sure that they're going through and finding stuff, it makes it extremely hard when the chat is just spinning. And some people are on their cell phones; they can't see as much, and so they enjoy being able to read what you have to say. Otherwise, you're just basically commenting into the ether, and it's moving so fast that nobody sees what you actually are saying. So Trump has Trump turned into the Undertaker, because he's just standing there looking at people. I've never seen that. It's still too fast. Nothing else I can do right now. Who would wait 3+ hours for Trump but some serious voters? Yeah, absolutely. Look at the little girl. The little girl with the white hat. She can't be more than like 9 or 10. She's pumped. All right, come on, Trump. Get up to the microphone. Dark MAGA Trump has the official news that Kamala is a loser. Let's see. Whole different vibe from Trump tonight. Yeah, that's for sure. All right. Is he ready? What is this man doing? Oh, I thought he was going to the mic, and now he's walking to the other side of the stage. Wow. He's feeling it. Yeah, holy smokes, Dark MAGA. All right, man. Come on, bring it. Bring it tonight. We all been waiting. Oh, people are saying the Lee Greenwood song is playing now. Okay. Let me just check where we are. Okay, so it went from Undertaker to to Lee Greenwood. Looks like some of the trolls are back. We'll have to go ahead and execute them. Let's go ahead and just like nuke some trolls. I hate me some trolls that just come in and say stupid shit. Go watch Beyonce. Go look at the twerking and look at the baby doctors and what the hell are you worried about Trump for? Don't worry about Trump. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You got your girl Kamala and you got your baby doctors and you got Beyonce and his mama and her mama and maybe Jay-Z will come out and just scattle. You got your fluffy looking DJ. You don't need to be here, bro. What are you here for? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. It's really loud, Barry, to hear you. What's this say? It's really loud to hear you, then the music, or even Trump's voice will be loud. No, I'm not playing any music right now. So when I play it, I will basically bring the music down so that you guys can hear. So once he steps up, we'll do a quick sound check. Wait, somebody said Beyonce didn't sing? No friggin' way. No friggin' way. Are you telling me people stood there all night looking for Beyonce and she didn't sing? Can anybody else confirm that? All right, so Trump is taking his steps to the microphone, and we shall turn to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am so sorry. Here's what they wanted to do. We got so tied up, and I figured you wouldn't mind too much because we're trying to win. And I got interviewed by actually a great guy. I didn't know him too well, but I got to know him because it was the longest interview I've ever done in my life. Joe Rogan, a good guy. And it's, it's quite something. And we had some other things really important. And I said, we're going to get this stuff done. And my people came to me, sir, we could cancel our evening event. I'm sure the people wouldn't mind. I said, are you crazy? I'm not canceling. There's no way. I'm not canceling. There's no way. We never even... So I apologize, but it's all about winning. We got to win, and we did some things today that will help us win. I think we did a lot of taping, a lot of this, a lot of that, a lot of everything, and we're way up. I'm not supposed to say that, but we're way up. Not only the polls, but the early voting. I guess we're leading in all 7.
How's the sound, everybody? Let me know how the sound is.
Okay, forget I said it. Forget it. Because everybody has to go out and vote. Who's voted so far? Who's going to vote? I always figure you like to vote a little bit late. This party just likes to vote a little bit late, and that's okay. I understood it. I never went crazy over the one or the other, but we're leading actually in places where traditionally the Republicans don't lead. In fact, they can go down 30. And then they catch him at the end, right? But a little scary, a little spooky. But we're leading in just about everyone, right? Just about everyone. And it's usually they lead, and then we catch them, and then in our case, we usually beat them. We did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but a lot of bad things happened there. But this one blows it away because we've never had enthusiasm like this. And part of the reason is they're so bad. You got a little dose of bad management. You got a little dose of incompetent people. You know where she is tonight? She's out partying. So Israel is attacking. We got a war going on, and she's out partying. At least we're working to make America great again. That's what we're doing. Kamala, he's the worst president in the history of our country. She's the worst vice president in the history of our country. She was on CNN the other night, 2 nights ago. She couldn't put 2 sentences together. This is not going to be our president. We better not let that happen. It'll be the end of our country. So I want to say a very big hello, Michigan. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Yes. Thank you all very much. We're going to have a good time. Look, I figured if it was a little bit later, it wouldn't matter. It's a Friday night, right? But you lose total track. Remember when Biden used to get up and it'd say, "It's great to be in Idaho. Sir, you're in New Hampshire." You know, if you do that, if you make that mistake, it doesn't matter. Winston Churchill was a great speaker. If you made that mistake, doesn't matter who it is, the evening's over, you're dead. But he used to make it all the time, right? It's great to be in Florida. And then you'd see it be Vermont or someplace crazy. What we've gone through with this group of incompetent people. And you know what? We couldn't stand 4 more years. Or you couldn't stand another, I'm not sure we can stand another 3-4 months of it. If you want to really know the truth. But I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country, and I will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring it back. And this is all you really need to know. They broke it, and I'll fix it. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it fast. We're going to fix it fast. With your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. We're going to do it. We got a lot of work to do. You know, when they allowed 21 million people to come into our country in 3.5 years, think it was much more than that, I believe. They have no idea. Nobody even has any idea. You don't even know how big the country is. Is it 325? Is it 350? You know, countries usually know approximately what size. They allowed so many people. You have no idea how big the country is, but we'll figure it out. But we're going to get rid of the bad ones real fast. We have to. We have no choice. And this election is a choice between whether we will have and whether we're going to have 4 more years of incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to do that. Kamala Harris, she's so bad, you know. No, she's so bad. Can you imagine President Xi? He's a fierce person. Somebody said, "What's he like?" I said, "He's fierce." He walks in, we say, "Hello, we will immediately get back to work." You know, he's fierce. There's no games, you know, there's no games. When he sees this, he can't believe it. I guarantee you that. What the hell has happened to our country? So I say this. They say the biggest thing on the polling, the biggest thing they have is the economy, and then they have inflation, and then they have the border. And I disagree. I think the border is number one. I think the border and the inflation's terrible, and the economy stinks because of the inflation. It stinks because of the inflation. But I think the biggest thing is the border, because they've allowed millions of people to come in from prisons and from mental institutions and destroy our country. And we're not going to let that happen. But I really believe, does anybody agree with that? Because I do. Kamala Harris is leading a hate campaign now. She's got a new thing going. You know, I think now they're calling me a dictator. So they started off where I was a dictator. None of it worked. Then they went to, he's an evil genius. That didn't work. Then they went, he's a dumb son of a bitch. That didn't work. That didn't last long. That didn't last too long. Then they went back to the dictator stuff. They don't know what they're doing. Those poor people, those poor lost souls. They're like lost souls. They're radical left lunatic Democrats, and they all suffer from Trump derangement syndrome at a level. And she's joining. I saw Hillary today. We're having a big thing on Sunday at Madison Square Garden. And I guess in the 1930s or something, some guy who was inclined toward the Nazis had something, and she said, "It's just like the 1930s. No, it's not. No. No, this is called Make America Great Again. That's all it's called. This is not right. You know, Hillary conceded. I don't know what's going on with her. 3 o'clock, 3:01 in the morning, she called me and she conceded. I don't have to tell you the whole story, but she conceded. I don't want to be rude to her. Why would I be rude to her? She's rude to me. Why wouldn't I be rude to her? Well, I am. You know, when the crowd used to shout, lock her up, they'd shout, lock. And I used to go, right, just relax, we're going to win. And then we won, and they still said, lock her up. And I said, just relax, we just won. Just take it easy. Because I couldn't see the wife of a president of the United States being put in the who's gal, right? I couldn't see it. Being put in jail, being put in prison. And, you know, she was also Secretary of State. And I hear her talking like, you know, there's never been a man investigated like Donald J. Trump, not Al Capone. Alphonse Capone, if he had dinner with you and didn't like you, you were a dead person. I spent more time under investigation than Scarface, Al Capone. But it's amazing. So there were a lot of people that wanted to put her in jail. They didn't give a damn. I said, no, you can't do that. The wife of a president. And then I get in there and they go after me, these animals, these dirty animals. I'm leading a movement of optimism and confidence and hope. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again, because there's nothing to be excited with these idiots running it. You're going to start thinking about the big dream and the American dream. You're going to start dreaming again, and this will be America's new golden age. We're going to make it the golden age. We have a little bit of a, you know, we're sort of behind the 1 yard line. We got to get rid of some of the problems that they've caused. But the reason the enthusiasm is so good is because of that. If we would have done it the more traditional way, like you win and then you retire, I guess, for the rest of your life, right? What the hell? So we won and we won, but they said, I'm sorry. And then we won again. We won, think of it. We'll say we won 3 times, but we don't want the results of the second. We don't want those results, but we're going to clean up the results of the second, and we're going to clean them up good. Because the results of the second, you take a look at the crime in our country, take a look at the crime. It's never been like this. When I was debating that fake newscaster on ABC, David Muir, a fake sleazebag, I don't watch him anymore. Everything I'd say, he'd say, well, no. I'd say, crime is through the roof, it's rampant. He said, no, crime is down. I said, only a stupid person would say crime. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to see statistics. The crime is up, and then when you add the migrant crime, which is going to make even our crime look like peanuts. And by the way, these migrant criminals, the only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like nice people, very nice people. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands, and it really is. You know, if we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. And you have to vote for me. I just killed the biggest car plant anywhere in the world in Mexico, owned by China. I just killed it. It's dead. It's dead. Detroit would have closed up. This thing's so big, and I heard about it. I've been talking about it. I've been up here a lot. I talked in front of the Detroit Economic Club. It was very nice. And I talked about these plants that are being built in Mexico near the border. They're going to make cars and sell them into the United States. It's going to be like making crackers, owned by China. And they were going to come through and they were going to destroy your business up here. You've already, your business over the years, look over the last 30, 40 years, it's been decimated compared to what it was. We're going to bring the car industry back to Michigan. We're going to bring it back to Detroit. But I heard about this big one in particular, but these massive plants going to be built, and they're all set. You heard the story. A friend of mine, he builds plants. I said, take me to a plant. I want to see a plant. He said, we'll have to go to Mexico. I said, no, I want to see one in the United States. He said, well, there's no big one being built by comparison. You want to see the big ones, you got to go to Mexico. I said, you got to be kidding. What's this all about? They said, no, we're building some really big ones for China. So I immediately thought, I said, how do we kill those suckers? And I said, we're going to put 100, 200, 400, 700. We're going to put the biggest tariffs. There won't be one damn car that's going to be able to come through our border. And I announced it, and at the club I announced, and then, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I was at an event, and I look and I see the guy's name is John, great guy. He's the big guy. He's the one that builds a lot of the plants, most of them. He's really amazing, actually. That's what he does. If he had to build a little apartment someplace, I don't know if he could do it, but he can build a plant that's 2 miles long, and he's great at it. And I said, how's that plant come? This was a year ago, the first time I met him. And he said, well, sir, they just canceled the plant. Who just canceled it? China. And Mexico is furious. Why are they furious? Because the plant was canceled. I said, really? Why did they cancel it? Because they said they thought you were going to win, and that if you win, you're going to put big tariffs on them, and they're never going to sell any cars into America and destroy Detroit. And they just canceled it, so we're happy, right? I just found out about it a few days ago. So we just killed what would have been the biggest plant probably anywhere in the world that was going to destroy the state of Michigan. So you're going to now vote for Trump, because let me tell you, Kamala is never going to be doing that. Kamala doesn't know she's alive. If you watched her being interviewed by Allison Cooper the other night, who's a nice person. Do you know Allison Cooper? CNN fake news. Oh, she said, no, his name's Anderson. Oh, no. If you watch that interview, you would never want her as your president. She couldn't answer the simplest question. What's going to be the first thing you think about? What are you going to do? I grew up with a beautiful lawn. She said that in the debate, too, the same stuff. I had David Muir and that other one. I don't even know who the hell her name is. I don't want to know her name. Somebody said, oh, we'll get her name. So I don't want to know her name. Why would I want to know her name? Just say, Madam No Name. But they were hitting me left and right. They're the worst. I'll tell you, actually, ABC might be the worst, but I think 60 Minutes has really topped it, though. 60 Minutes interviewed Kamala, and she was incapable of answering questions. And they took the main question, like one of the early questions, but a big question they asked, and it was, I don't like the word salad. I mean, it's like stupid, but it was just a big jumble of words. It was just like rambling on. It didn't go anywhere. And, okay, they asked a question. They took it out, threw it away, and they put a brand new answer in that was a fake answer. Didn't even pertain to that question. And they got caught. And to me, it's the biggest scandal in broadcast history. It's election interference fraud. And 60 Minutes should be taken off the air. They should. And CBS should lose its license. You know, the government gives us license to NBC fake news, ABC fake news, and CBS fake news. They have to pay. If they had to pay, they'd pay billions of dollars to get them for nothing. They pay nothing. They're public airways, they pay nothing. And you know what? The one thing is you have to be honest. And they were very dishonest. And ABC was very dishonest with David Muir when he just never asked her anything. Everything I answered, boom, they would criticize. And they were wrong on, I think, all of them. And all of her answers were wrong. They never questioned her. This is interference with an election. But worse than that, I think, honestly, was 60 Minutes. They took her answer out and put a new answer in. Do you think they do that for me? If I gave a bad answer, you know what they do with me? I give a long, beautiful, flowing, weaving answer. It's the weave. I call it the weave. Very you have to be very smart to do it. The main thing is you have to end up in the right location. If you end up out here, that's no good. But they call it the weave. what they'll do with me is they'll take out a piece and another piece, and that's bad, but it's not like they can say, well, we want to shorten the answer. We have time, right? We need time. But they took this answer. I think it's the worst thing. And we're going to be suing them because, and I'm suing them on behalf of you. I'm not suing them for me. I'm not suing them for me. I'm suing them for you because that's really a fraud on the American people. So why should they get a free license and they do that stuff? They're so biased. It's so disgusting. And you don't get the real picture of a candidate. When they do that, you don't realize she's close to a moron, okay? You don't realize that. Because they give you another answer. It wasn't a great answer, but at least it was like semi-normal. So we're going to probably sue him. I think we're going to sue him. Should I sue him or not? All right, stay tuned. Stay tuned. It'll happen fast. It's such an easy thing. How do they go to court and say, well, Your Honor, we did do, but I mean, that was a big thing. It's got to be very embarrassing for them. They have no answer. They actually said they have no answer for it. They got caught cheating, and we want the rest of their answers because they probably did it with other answers too, right? Because this woman, can you imagine this is going to be your president? I don't think so. Michigan, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've been a horrible, horrible vice president. You've destroyed San Francisco. When you were the DA, you were horrible as the Attorney General working with Gavin Newsom. You destroyed California. You're a disgrace to your nation. You shouldn't be running for president. You picked the dumbest vice president in history, maybe even dumber than you. This guy is the dumbest guy. What a choice. Somebody said, you got lucky, sir. Why? They picked this guy. He's dumb as a rock. Of course, you could make the case that, there's a theory, pick a really bad vice president, that way they never get rid of you. So maybe she did a very smart thing, who knows? But we're going to say, Kamala, you're horrible. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're useless. You're horrible. You're horrible. I'll tell you what. Can you believe, though? She's out celebrating. You know what how do you celebrate when you're down by like a lot? Do they realize it? Because, the votes are this isn't even polls anymore. These are the votes, and if they come in even not like they're coming in now, even, less good. But, and, things can happen. Number one, they cheat like hell, so maybe they know something that we don't, right? They might know something that we don't. I don't know. Why the hell would she be celebrating when you're down? Maybe, never thought of that. Maybe she knows something we don't, but we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let it happen. Can't let it happen. But the polls are open for early voting here in Michigan, and we're setting all-time records in the votes. The votes we're setting all-time records in the votes because people, look at this place. I mean, what is it? What time is it tonight? What the hell? What is it? Huh? Right? It's 11. He said it's 11. I mean, it's freezing out. Is anybody cold? I'm not cold. I'm not cold. So we're setting records with the votes. The early voting is records. The Trump people are coming out. They're voting like crazy. And, typically we get our voting. The big voting that we get is at the end. So we were anywhere near tied, and we're more than tied. We're going to have a big time. It's going to be the greatest. It will be the single greatest political victory in the history of our country. Right? MAGA. Make America great again. So let's keep going. Don't let up. I shouldn't have told you what I told you tonight. But now I have an excuse. I said, well, we made a mistake. No, I shouldn't have. They said, don't tell them, sir. Don't let them keep over. You have to vote anyway because you can't trust them. Right? Too big to rig. Too big to rig. We have to bury the hatred and the lies and the avalanche, and we have to do it in an avalanche of votes. And every time you see a smear, every time you hear them attack, take the motivation to go out and vote. You just go and vote and get your friends and tell your girlfriend, she's got a husband who's a big slob of a guy, and tell him to get the hell off the couch, Harry. You big slob, get off the couch. We're going to vote for the president. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make it great. Gotta get him. Gotta get him. With your help, 11 days from now, we're going to win Michigan. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again. For generations, this state was the beating heart of the car industry and one of the greatest manufacturing centers anywhere in history. Yes. Okay. Doctor, please. Doctor, thank you. Take your time, doctor. Take your time. Plenty of time.
All right, so while we're waiting on the medical emergency that's going on, if you guys, I understand that YouTube is playing whack-a-mole with the Joe Rogan interview, so people are trying to post it in different places. It ain't gonna happen. So when I ran my copyright strike, I'm like, doesn't make sense. However, if you go to our private forum on Twitter and join during the background while Trump's talking, I'm trying to approve people as fast as possible. So just go there. Hold on.
Problem. They have a little problem. We're okay. We'll wait. We don't give a damn, right?
So while they're waiting on medical, I think he's going to...
And says, you know, you need a doctor, and those doctors are all over. They're great doctors, too. Great doctors. How's that going? Let's go. Okay, thank you. Let's go. But year after year, globalist politicians like Kamala Harris sold you out. And they let other countries loot, pillage, and plunder our wealth, our jobs, and our dreams. They just stole it from us like we're a bunch of babies. 40% of Michigan auto jobs were annihilated after NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. And I terminated it, by the way, if you don't mind, for the USMCA. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization was a disaster for this country. And they got all sorts of favorable trade status. They said they were a developing nation. Well, Detroit's a developing area. You can't say Detroit is exactly, you know. When I said the other day, last time I was here, I said, we got to bring Detroit, because honestly, for 45 years, I've been hearing Detroit. We're going to make it great. But when I sort of gave it a little knock, I said, let's face it, we've been ripped in Detroit. We got to make Detroit. They said, he was disparaging. I'm not disparaging. I'm telling you the facts. You need businesses to come back into this place. You need businesses. Otherwise, forget it. You can't make it. And people have to understand that. I guess probably a couple of politicians were hurt by that. I said, don't be hurt. You'll be happy when we have auto plants moving in all over the place, because we're going to do tariffs and we're going to do tax incentives and all this. You'll have so many plants and so many jobs, your head will spin. We're going to be bringing back the companies that we lost. We lost companies that was just so stupid how we lost them. And we lost them because we had dumb politicians. They're all coming back, every single one of them, because they want to be here. Under Kamala, the United States has lost 50,000 manufacturing jobs just in this year alone. You didn't know that, right? U.S. car sales are down 38% since I left office. Think of that. She lost 50,000 jobs this year, and the car sales down 38%. I mean, a little more yet. Just think of it, almost 50% if you think, in just a short period of time. So where the hell are you going? You have this union guy, they want to make all electric cars. We're going to end the mandate for electric cars on day one. On day one. And electric cars are great. And Tesla's great, and Elon's great. He is the greatest guy, by the way. He gave me the... And there's a great market for them, but they can't all be electric. We have liquid gold, we have gasoline, we have oil and gas, we have gasoline. China doesn't have gasoline, and the electric cars are all going to be made in China. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. So we're going to change it around. We're going to have hybrids. We're going to have gasoline-powered cars. We're going to have electric cars. We're going to have everything. Maybe not hydrogen cars. You know why? Because they blow up, and when they blow up, you are not recognizable. I just said today, I said, your husband's driving a hybrid and it blows up. Ma'am, would you please come down and identify your husband? He's alongside of that tree. And you go like this, I don't know if that's him. No, I don't like that idea. They say they work pretty well. That's not good. They work pretty well, but when they don't work, you can forget it. I think we should take them off our schedule, right? So you got to vote for Trump, and you will see a mass exodus of manufacturing jobs from Mexico to Michigan, from Shanghai to Sterling Heights, and from Beijing to right here in Traverse City. It's a nice place. Nice place. And you people are great. I can't believe it. You know, I figured when I got here there'd be like 20 people, and I was ready to do the full. Look at this place. It goes back. I wish the cameras would show it. These cameras, the fake news. That's a lot of fake news, too, I got to tell you. Look. That's a lot of fake news. I wish they'd show. They never show the crowds, you know? They never show it. You ever see Kamala's crowd? They put like 10 people. They bus them in. They take a bus and they pay people. That's true. They pay people. They don't get people. They put them like that, and the camera always shows those people. I don't know. It's so crazy, isn't it? We don't have buses bringing people. The people come here, and we appreciate that you stay. Really, I mean, look at that, all the way to the back. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the biggest and best market on the planet. But we're not always going to be the best market. We're close to blowing it. We'll blow it, and we will lose everything. And we're going to keep our dollar standard, by the way, 100%. We're going to lose that. And we're not going to go into World War III, little things like that. The centerpiece of this plan will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate, cutting the tax from 21% to 15%. Now, I'm the one who was almost 40. I got it down to 21. But here's the key. We're going to cut it all the way down to 15. The jobs are going to be flowing, companies, because it's going to be about the most competitive rate in the world. But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. You're going to have more people coming in than you would believe. And you'll see. I mean, it's incredible. You know, Wall Street, these 4 or 5 geniuses from Wall Street, they say, where the hell did you get that idea? You get the tax cut, but only if you build the cars here. The other thing we're doing, I will tell you now, is we get you interest rates. We get you the interest. You're allowed to deduct it when you buy a car, but only if the car's made in, like, Detroit, meaning the USA. Anywhere in the USA is okay, but I would like to see it built here because I've been hearing about this experiment, for 45 years I've been hearing about it. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it. It's going to be a great legacy for all of us. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a stiff tariff when they sell. Look, when they put their products into our country, into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers, they're taking our workers away. They're taking our jobs away. They're taking our product and our companies away. We're not going to let it happen. So they're going to have to pay a very stiff price to do that. But what they're going to do is they're going to bring their business here because that way they have no tariff to pay. It's sort of simple, and it's what China's been doing for a long time, and I've been telling them for a long time, and what they're doing is unbelievable. These politicians, they're either dumb or they're crooked, okay? And I think it's probably a combination of both. We'll also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, reciprocal, Meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax, then we will charge them a reciprocal tax of 100 or 200%. Right now, we don't do that. And I was starting it, and then we had a little bad election result, would you say? Think of what this country would be like. We wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have any wars because if you look at Iran, they were broke. They had no money to give to Hamas. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money. And there was no terror. You know, there was 4 years we had no terror. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine. They wouldn't have done it. Think of it. We had gasoline at I thought it was 187. It was 184. It was just adjusted. 184 a gallon. Think of that. Would you like to have $1.84 a gallon instead of $4? I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And you know what I said? They said, please don't say that, sir. I think women like me. But they say we're doing unbelievable with men. They've never had anything like it. White men, black men, men like me. They say women don't. And I say they do because we're going to protect. And I said, I'm going to protect women and families. I'm going to protect from the criminals coming in from the border. We're getting them out from foreign bad players, from criminals, period. We're going to protect. They said, sir, please don't say you're going to protect women. Why? Because it doesn't sound really well. I said, I think it sounds fine. We want to protect. I mean, that's our job. We have to protect. So I think I should override my experts. Do you agree? We're going to override them, if you don't mind. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And thank you very much. If Kamala gets 4 more years, she will obliterate our economy, kill millions of jobs, and destroy your family finances forever. That's what's going to happen. You'll end up, if this person who doesn't know anything, she wants to raise taxes on everybody. If she gets in, you're going to have a 1929 style depression. That's what's going to be. It's going to be a disaster. You see it already. Think of it. Look at all the jobs I just said. You're losing all your jobs in 3.5 years. They're going backwards. And you had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And inflation is a country buster. But with all of that, the border is worse. The border is worse. I don't give a damn how bad the inflation is. What's coming into our country, the murderers that are coming in, all these people, that's the worst thing. Kamala's inflation nightmare has already cost the typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to raise the typical family taxes by more than $3,000 a year. Lots of luck. All my life, I've watched politicians. They say, we will lower taxes. This is the only stupid politician she's going around. She's trying to run. I will raise your taxes. She's bragging about it. I will raise your taxes. I'm saying, am I missing something? I don't know. We have some great people here. We're going to introduce them in a second. They're some of the best in the world at exactly what we're talking about. The taxing queen, as she's called, is also demanding a shocking 33% tax hike on all domestic production, all along the largest capital. She wants the largest capital gain increase in our history, and it's unbelievable. Take a look at this video. You're getting a beautiful video late in the evening. It's beautiful. Play a little music. Go ahead.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Thank you. So I am going to massively cut taxes for the workers, and included in that is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we're going to get it done, too. Did you see where she copied me like a month and a half later? I am going to announce no tax on tips. That's the last time we ever heard of it. Not going to happen. She wouldn't be able to get it passed anyway. We will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill, right? We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I'm going to cut your energy prices in half, 50%. We're going to cut them in half in 12 months. We're going to cut your energy prices down. You know why? We have the liquid gold. We can do it. We buy our oil now from Venezuela. Can you believe it? Venezuela, it's not oil, it's tar. And the only refinery that can do it is in Houston, Texas. So for the environmentalists out there, that stuff is dirty. That's dirty. And we have the best stuff in the world. We have the most and we have the best. And we're going to use it, and we're going to cut down on our debt, and we're going to cut down on everything. We're going to turn this country around so fast. But your energy bills, your car, your air conditioning, your heating, your hot water, everything, it's going to be from January 20th, 1 year from that, you're going to pay half, and you'll be able to do it. And that's going to bring down other prices, including food prices. People are talking about groceries all the time. That's going to bring them down. As we restore our economy, we will also secure our borders. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. That's the border. She's eradicated our sovereign border, and she has unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. You're reading about it every day. They said, oh, no, they'll find people coming in. They're not fine people. They got murderers. You got drug dealers. Kamala has imported an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo, and she's resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent American people. And you know, a lot of communities have them, and the ones that don't are even more scared because they don't want them. They don't want them. They're saying, please don't send them. And these are rough people. Some of them are really deadly people. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Isn't that nice? They formed a group in prison. Tren de Aragua, very well known, MS-13's another one, that's taking over apartment complexes in Colorado and unleashing a violent killing spree all over America. They've even taken over a place called Times Square in New York City. It's a horrible thing going on in New York. Let's take a look.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Lake and Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez and Angel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
The men threatened to cut off her fingers if she did not cooperate. Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders, who was arrested by Border Patrol near Roma, Texas, then released into America.
It's terrible. This is what we have coming into our country. It's terrible. The United States is now an occupied country. We're an occupied country. And you don't maybe see it around here as much, and who knows, but you probably will. But all over, they're seeing it. And they're also taking Hispanic jobs and black jobs. They're taking jobs from the black population and the Hispanic population. And this crummy administration that we have is trying to hold back the numbers. The numbers are astronomical. Wait till you see the numbers of the black population lost jobs and the Hispanic population lost jobs. And they're trying to hold it till after the election is over because it's a disaster. And I think they're going to be forced, just like they had 818,000 phony jobs. Remember that a couple of months ago? And they didn't release it. They wanted to release the correction after the election, but we had a whistleblower who I like very much. I don't know who he is or she is, but but they announced it before the election, and it would have been a scandal if it were anybody else but them. But they created 818,000 phony jobs to pad their numbers. But it will soon be really an occupied country no longer. We're not going to have a country that's occupied. We're an occupied country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We're going to have Liberation Day. We're going to get them out. Kamala Harris is so grossly incompetent and unfit that she's obviously disqualified from being the president of the United States. How can you have a president of the United States? And by the way, the Border Patrol, go ahead, take your time. Such spirit here. It's amazing, isn't it? Everyone loves everyone. It's a great thing. Everyone loves. Yeah, take your time, doctor, please.
Microphone, now you can hear me. So Beyonce strolled out on stage, showed up about 2 hours late, walked out there, spoke for like 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you, good night. That was it. No song. All those people who showed up to listen to Beyonce thinking they were going to get a performance, you got stiffed. You got nothing. Kamala Harris even lied to her people.
Okay. Ave Maria by Pavarotti. You want to do it? Listen to a song.
No,
I want the doctors to take their time.
Yeah, so I can't play that song. So anyway, that's the big news from her rally. They built it up. They said, basically Beyonce was going to be on stage. Well, she was on stage. There was no lie there. But she did not perform. So you had a huge crowd, probably 15,000 people in the audience. They weren't there to see Kamala. They were there to see Beyonce. And Beyonce walked out on stage and literally talked for a few minutes, introduced Kamala, and walked off. Those people have to be leaving that event completely pissed off. They have to realize right now they've been lied to, scammed, bamboozled. Just think about it. You had to go there. You had to spend money on gas. You probably had to spend money on getting something to eat. You probably spent money on clothing, parking, the whole 9 yards. And then you show up because you want to see Queen Bey sing, and you get her talking about Kamala. That's it. That's all you get. How pissed are those people going to be tomorrow or tonight? What are they saying all over online at this point? They're probably kind of pissed off. I think that's the second time she's done that. The first time was at the Democrat National Convention, where everyone was waiting with bated breath that Beyonce was going to show up and close the convention. Nope, she didn't show up. And so tonight she just walked out there, said some words, and left. You have to wonder, how can you have any confidence that anything that comes out of this woman's mouth is real? Because it's not. She lies. If she's willing to lie to her supporters, maybe that was the trick. Maybe she wanted to get their information. In order to get a ticket, you had to put your, information, same way Trump does. You have to put in your email and all that kind of stuff. So she gets all the information so she can hit him up later and say, hey, can you donate? Can you do stuff? Woman, you told me Beyonce was going to be there, and all I got was a talk. I don't need a talk. So while we're waiting for medical, let me just put this up again. Those of you who want to see because I'm not staying up another 3 hours, want to see the Joe Rogan interview in its entirety, I'm not even going to be looking at it till tomorrow. But if you want to stay up for 3 nights, you don't have to worry about anything. Just go here. And when you see this URL, this is a URL. It's not a Twitter link. So type it in your browser. Go to fanfareshop.org/group. Get in there, hit the join button, and then somebody will go ahead and approve you so that you can come into the private group. And we've had quite a few people who have done that, and we've had to bounce a couple of trolls, or actually they self-bounced. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you, doctors. Thank you very much. No one respects Kamala. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. And from humiliating our country in Afghanistan with Biden and her, the greatest humiliation in the history of our country, the time when we were most embarrassed by something, we've never been embarrassed like that, to the invasion of Ukraine, to the nightmare on our border, to her inflation catastrophe, to our egregious hurricane response. It's been so horrible. Their response in North Carolina was horrible. Worse than Katrina, if you remember Katrina. The worst. Kamala Harris is a train wreck who has destroyed everything in her path. She can't speak. She doesn't know how to speak. She can't put sentences together. To make her president would be to gamble with the lives of millions and millions of people. We'd have a major possibility of getting into World War III, which will never happen with us. They're never going to play games with us. Because she's grossly incompetent. She is not capable of doing the job. And normally, I wouldn't be that tough on somebody, but you know what? We can't take a chance. You got to just get this. You got to get this horrible group of people the hell out of there. We're not going to have a country left. We love our country. We're not going to have a country left. Kamala is also in total freefall with the Arab and Muslim population in Michigan. She's in a freefall. She sent their jobs overseas, brought crime to their cities, and tonight in the Middle East, it's like a tinderbox. It's ready to explode. People are being killed at levels that we've never seen before. And that's taking place right now in Michigan. She is in literally a free fall. They've had it with her. Nobody's in charge. Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. And why would Muslims support Kamala when she embraces Muslim-hating Liz Cheney? Can you believe Liz Cheney? A total loser whose father brought years of war and death to the Middle East. Why would you support somebody if you're from the Middle East or even associated with the Middle East? Why would you be supporting somebody with a Cheney family? The father killed more Arabs than any human being on earth. He pushed Bush, and they went into the Middle East. This person cannot be a president. She's too weak, too foolish to represent America on the world stage. Would be a great embarrassment. And we don't have 4 years. We just went through 4 years. We don't have 4 years to waste. Earlier this month, I was honored to receive the endorsement of over 400 national security and foreign policy officials. Think of this. But I can't get the press to write about it. You know, they have some dope like Bolton and this stupid General Kelly, as dumb as a rock. They have these people, they get front. I get 400 people from my administration, the biggest people. They're saying he was the greatest president. They won't write the story about it. But we understand. In the meantime, we're in first place and they're not. So somebody understands. Because they're fake news. They don't write the story. And great people, too. They're great people. But they know that under my leadership, we will have peace through strength. And that's what we had. We didn't have any wars other than we took out ISIS in record time because we have a great military. Not the ones that you see on television, the dopes. Like Milley and Mattis and these guys, real dopes. On top of it all, Kamala says she'd do nothing differently from Joe Biden, which has to disqualify her. I would do nothing differently. You know how bad a job he did? 89% wrong way. She would do nothing differently. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
U.S. inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
Authorities saying Train de Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
That's what you're going to have. And get used to it. It'll be 100 times worse. Michigan, if you want to end this disaster, you must get out and you have to vote. We can't play games. We got to end it. It'll happen fast. We got to end it. We're going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. We're going to do things that people, we're going to be respected again. Look, 4 years ago we were respected. Your president was respected. Your country was respected. Now they laugh at us. We're like a joke. We're not going to be a joke anymore. And we had no wars. First time in 81 years, no wars. I had no wars other than we finished off ISIS. We didn't send your son or your daughter to war. We're pleased to be joined by some terrific people, a man who I just think is amazing. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Where is Doug? I hope he, because you know what? There he is. I said, I hope he's left, because, you know, I think I'm keeping the poor guy. And his wife is so incredible. Catherine, are you there? Yes. Look at them. And you're not dressed very warmly. Well, you're used to it in North Dakota. These are unbelievable people, tremendously successful people, the kind of people we want in the administration, and I hope we're going to be lucky enough. Thank you very much. Will you go home immediately, please? Just go. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much. It's really an honor. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Catherine. It's really nice. What great people. Congressman Jack Bergman. Jack, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. He's a tough guy, you know. You're not dressed very warmly either. Are you a little cold? Because, okay, good. Unbelievable. That's great. A warrior. Michigan GOP Chairman Pete Hoekstra. And Pete, thank you. So how are we doing? How are we doing, Pete? We're doing great. You happy? I said, Pete, you got to do this. You got to take it over. And boy, has he done a job. So, well, if we won, boy, has he done a job. If we didn't, I'll say, well, Pete, what the hell happened? But are we looking good? The votes, yeah. No, there's your answer, right? That's your answer. Yep. Great. That's great. And a friend of mine and a woman who is just really amazing, had a great father who I knew. He was a steel man, and he loved his daughter, and he's looking down. He passed away fairly recently, and he's looking down at his daughter, and he's saying, I'm proud of you. Tudor Dixon. Tudor, thank you. Thank you, Tudor. Thank you, hon. Here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas, not even close. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States. She was one of the leaders of defund the police. You don't know that. You never heard that. You know, they have this quick little thing with it. Once he got out, they went to him, they said, get the hell out of here, you're going to lose. We had the debate, and they go to him after the debate. They say, you're not going to make it, get out. It's like, and then they say threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. The great people from ICE, they're tough and they love our country. And without them, we would have a problem like you wouldn't believe. But she wants to get rid of them. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking. And as California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as totally nonviolent crimes. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. Would anybody willingly like to give up their gun? Please raise your hand. That's not an easy one, is it, huh? She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. And you saw what happened a couple of days ago at McDonald's. It was a monster story. It was just a little throwaway. You know, unlike her, she takes a vacation today, yesterday. You know, you're running for the 100-time Super Bowl, okay? Take the Super Bowl, multiply times 1,000. And you got 12 days to go, and she's taking vacations. That's not off to a good start. I've gone 58 days in a row without anything because we got to win this thing. We got to win this thing. But she lied about working at McDonald's on top of everything else. You know, she never worked at McDonald's. It was a part of her story, a big part. And on top of that, she would like to see our country go woke. Take a look at this quickly. A little Marine video. Take a look.
All right, this is that portion of the show where they... Oops, I can't even show that. I didn't know they were going to show the video. I thought they were just going to talk. Anyway, this is Full Metal Jacket and his speech about the Transformers in the military. So Full Metal Jacket is actually a movie. And so you have to have the rights to show that. But more importantly, the part with the Transformers is something that I don't want to show. So basically, he's showing some Transformers that are in military uniform, and then they do the old quick change flasheroo, and they come out looking fabulous as, you know, Transformers. I don't want to even give them the airtime for them to see it. So between the copyright and, you know, not wanting to basically publicize the cosplay, I mean, every time I look at it, I'm like, these people, there's something really wrong, man. Something really, really wrong that you You're in the army and never mind, I'll get myself in trouble. I just don't get it. And they all do the same dance too. Never mind. It just drives me crazy. Just drives me absolutely crazy. Always do the same dance. The same split and kick up and just something's wrong. Something's really wrong. It's Halloween, but I don't want to go with that kind of Halloween. Back to the man.
So we won 2 world wars, and but don't worry about the military. They showed us with what they did with ISIS so quickly, the caliphate, 100%. They're not woke. Only those people on the top are a little woke. They'll be gone fast. We have great. I say you could put them in a woke cage for 2 years, they'd come out fighting. Let me tell you, they're not woke. They're not going to be woke. Don't worry about it. In conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We're going to save our country. With your support, we will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Michigan. We're going to bring them back here and Detroit. We're going to bring them back into Detroit. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. And you're going to see things happen at a pace that you're not going to believe. You're going to be very proud of this country very soon. I will end the war in Ukraine quickly. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. I know them all. I know exactly what to do. We will crush the violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. They're going to do it. They're going to be able to do their job. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our military. We gave a lot of it to Afghanistan, but actually still just a fraction, but a lot. We gave them a lot of brand new stuff. How crazy. More importantly, with their stupidity, we lost 13 great soldiers. Many were very badly hurt, the arms, the legs, the face. They were hurt. We left Americans behind. And we lost Bagram, the biggest Air Force base, one of the biggest in the world, 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who occupies it? China. China occupies it. How stupid are these people? We will build a missile defense shield around our country, mostly made in the USA. In fact, all made in the USA. And a lot of it's going to be made right here in Michigan. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports day one. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment, which is under siege. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we will finally, and we are going to do this, we are going to do it. We're going to build up our country. We're going to defend our borders, and we're going to protect our citizens for a change. Our citizens. We're going to put America first. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied.
That's not me. I'm still connected.
We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation. Once again, we are now a nation in decline. We're not going to be a nation in decline for very long. Let me tell you that. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity, hope, and the American dream. We want the American dream for your children. They've got to have that dream. They will not amount to a lot. They've got to have the dream. If they want to really go, they have to have something to aspire to. We're going to bring back the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with the landslide that's too big to rig. Early voting is underway, so who is going to vote? Who's going to vote? Please. Yes. You got to does everybody here promise they're going to vote? Promise? Okay, thank you. I agree. I accept it. I really do. I think everyone here is going to be voting. Everyone. We just can't take it for granted. We have to get out and vote. And all of the things have been, what we've been through together. People don't realize what we've been through together. We've watched our country rot. We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help from now until Election Day, we're talking about 11 days. We will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, and we will win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. This will be the most important day because we're going to take back our country from these lunatics that have no idea what the hell they're doing. They're destroying our country. They're destroying our families. We're not going to take it anymore. We will very shortly be able to make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. Make America strong again. Make America proud again. Make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Thank you. It's a great honor to be with you. Thank you.
Okay, so he got the event in. We're done. He actually made it happen. Amazing. I don't know where he gets the energy. And speaking of energy, just to let you guys know, so far we've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Prior to doing this political stuff, I used to do football games. And I would stream football games that went into overtime. This is officially the longest stream I've ever done. By the time we're done here and getting ready to sign off, it's going to be right at about 5 hours. And I just want to just say it to you guys. It is 4 hours and 45 minutes. It's 11:41, and we still have 7,500 people in here. I'm freaking amazed. I am absolutely amazed. That alone tells me this woman ain't got a shot. She doesn't. There were people who left when he was going to be 2 hours late, and it's like, yeah, I'll be back. And they came back, and I'm like, oh my God, they actually came back. Ashley had to go to a football game with my grandson. He played his game, and it's amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing. Tip of the hat. Thank you very much. But now, what I got to tell you, this might be a little bit tough for you. It's 11:45. Not sure what you got planned the rest of the evening, but do what you got to do, and then you're going to have to go to bed because we have 2 rallies tomorrow. Two rallies. We have Novi, Michigan. Not even sure where that is, but he's doing a rally in Novi, Michigan. The Novi, Michigan rally, I start going live exactly 12 hours from now. At 11:30, we go live with the Novi, Michigan. We'll see how much, how strong you guys are. Get back here. And for staying for this long, see, most people won't know it because, the bulk of the crowd may not be here. What I'm going to do tomorrow to get you to come back at 11:30. I don't care how long it lasts. I'm going to give out a $100 gift card every hour tomorrow. So maybe I'll do it $100 gift card every hour. Y'all just come back here tomorrow. Same time, same back channel, do everything. Again, if you want to see the Joe Rogan thing, I understand some people on YouTube are having an issue. You can just go to our private YouTube group and just put this in your browser, fanfareshop.org/group, /group, and you will be able to see that in its entirety. You don't have to worry about purchasing anything or any censorship. It'll just be there in its entirety. My voice is just about gone for today. Talking for nearly 5 hours. So do that. Trump, I guess he's behind the stage right there. Oh yeah, I can see his shoulder. So he's just back there jamming with the people. That's pretty cool. So that's where that is. So thank you very much for that. So now what I've got to do is I'm going to segue into recognizing everybody, acknowledging everybody who stuck around, and those people who did some super chatting, which is unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. So let me get a drink of water because it looks like there's quite a few here. Wow, you guys are amazing. Absolutely freaking amazing. All right, so Trump, they cut the feeds. That's fine. Let's go ahead and do this. Find the right window. Where's the window? There's the window. All right, here we go. Is that? Yeah, it's up. All right. Stephen Morris, thank you. Payday for Mr. Barry and crew. Love this show. Thank you very, very much. And I love how you said crew, because I can't do this alone. I've got a number of different moderators, and they've been helping out tremendously. My daughter, when she's available, she's here as well. And it really is all of us trying to bring you a good experience. Miss Biscuit Boy, miss you on X, can't take the nudies. I'm not really sure what that means. I don't pose nude, and I'm not sure what you mean. But you can go in our private group. I can trust me. There's no nudies in there. Party Dog, does this mean that Robert De Niro, George Clooney, and Tom Hanks are finally going to leave America, never to return? I could care less. Big Cat, how you doing, brother? Merry Christmas, Kamala from MAGA. Chris S., growing up in South Florida, I've seen more tattoos than I want to remember. Just another knucklehead. They are targeting Trump. That's why they keep calling him as the Fuhrer and not intended to sway voters. They're activating the crazy get him at any cost groups out there. I believe that as well. I believe they're trying to get him. Just another knucklehead said $5 on Israel. So, tonight, in case you weren't aware, Israel decided they were going to drop some bombs on Iran. So, I don't know where we are. We got Joe sleeping on the beach, Kamala doing something with Beyonce. Not sure who's running the country, who's in the Situation Room at this point. Penny Corder, thank you for giving us the positive feedback and having prayer on Thursdays for Trump. And we're going to try and do it next Thursday, but I think Trump has an event, so we'll have to figure out a time. 3540 crew, I didn't realize Hillary was old enough to recall the 1939 Madison Square Garden event. You know what I found interesting? They said that, the whole thing about Trump is like he's going to be reenacting the 1939 Madison Square Garden. Who let them go in Madison Square Garden in 1939? Who were the people in charge, and why did they allow that? But it never gets said. Club 18, oh wait a minute. Holy moly, C102324 exposed from General Keith Kellogg. Vice President Harris is a fraud. I was in the White House at a senior level. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Club 1852, thank you. I don't know if you're a woman or a man, but either way, thank you very much. Got your back, Barry. Build a fanfare brand for all the patriots here. Thank you. Double salute. Thank you very much. Keone, God bless your brand. Thank you. Brenda Ross, God bless and thank you, Barry, for breaking things down so we can understand things better. Thank you for watching, Brenda. Cutting Edge. Remember when Trump said whoever cheats will go to jail? I believe he has countermeasures if they dare to cheat. think, did I say, I might have that tweet. Hold on a second. R. Gardner voted for Trump today. Awesome. Sydney Banks, Levy Berry, little common sense goes a long way. Definitely. Joy Kirkland, does Disney own Fox? No, they do not. Rupert Murdoch owns Fox. Disney owns ABC and ABC News. I thought I heard it from you or someone else, but if that's the case, that could be why Fox isn't showing it. Nope. Disney owns ABC, ABC News, ESPN, and a bunch of other stuff. Full disclosure, I used to work for Disney, I confess. Sampson, Kamala voters are so brainwashed and uninformed they don't even know Dick Cheney endorsed her. They probably don't even know who he is. No, and those are the same people who waited all day, all night for Beyonce, and she just came out and talked and left. William Flanagan, I have a fear that there's a medical issue that was during the show. Big Cat, for going late for us, Barry. Thank you very much. Hey, Tommy, are you married, Sandra Jones? They are a cult. I don't know. JC, Kamala reminds me of those creepy big Bioshock humans. I know what you mean. Fume drummer. The IDF raid on Iran helps Trump. It brings the world closer to World War III, which means a new military draft in the USA. Trump will not play that game. I don't think war helps anybody, but he would be the wartime consigliere I'd want. 1776 Viking, thank you. Tremendous. Free Barry from YouTube speech prison. Move over to X. Barry needs to be able to speak freely, and I, for one, want to hear what he has to say. Thanks to all the patrons. Thank you very much. And I'm doing so. I've put some stuff up in X that I could never put here. In fact, there was something today you might want to go check out. Nurse Polly, thank you. Elaine, also known as Nellie. Barry, I tagged you on X. Okay, I'll check it out. Just another knucklehead. Feed the meter. Thanks for staying on, waiting for Trump. No problem. Paula Guerri, Barry, thank you for hanging in for us. I hate to miss President Trump tonight. You're the best. Thank you. Marcus Anderson, brother. If Trump doesn't win over the rig, America's over. Yeah, the party. You know what's funny about that? All those people in that arena that were hoping to see Beyonce perform, and they didn't get what they were hoping for. That pretty much encapsulates the Kamala campaign. You think you're voting for something, but you're going to get something else if she were somehow to be installed. You're not getting what you think. That is a metaphor for her entire campaign. It's a metaphor for the entirety of the Democrat Party. They're telling you something. They're telling you there's going to be a great show. It's going to be so much fun. You'll love it. You'll own nothing. You'll be happy. You'll eat the bugs and live in a pod. It's going to be fantastic. And then you get there and there's no Beyonce singing. Barry, how do we sign up for the money and hoodie giveaways for Election Day? I'll start posting that again tomorrow. But we have a link, so we'll do that. Rogan interview on JRE YouTube now. First video on top playlist. Yep. I posted it in our forum as well. Thank you, Debbie. Adam Duncan, could you pin the interview when it posts? Yeah, I'll do that. It's in the forum. I'll go ahead and do that right after we're done here. Arizona guy, thank you. Just posted on a group. Absolutely love our X group. Let's get fanfare t-shirts. Okay, we'll work on that. Undertaker theme song, says Adam. Thank you. Mama Mima, you were one of the people like, I'm leaving, I gotta go look at this interview. And I guess you came back afterwards and we're still sitting here. But thanks for coming back. Newsweek reported Trump fans left rally. Newsweek, I think, didn't Newsweek get bought for $1? I mean, weren't they somebody just bought the name? They're not even a real news source anymore. They're completely they were bought out of bankruptcy or something. Check me on that. But who cares what Newsweek says? And I wouldn't blame people if they left. Why would you stay for 3 hours? It's cold out there. Patricia May from Canada. Something happened because he doesn't like being late. Yeah, I think it was the Rogan interview and then air traffic. Nicholas Lamonicus, I'm going to watch the Rogan pod later. Bro, it's midnight. You're going to be up till 3 in the morning. By the way, let me know how it is. Those of you guys who are staying up, go ahead and send me a DM or something. Let me know, what parts I need to tune into. Nana's Crotchet Corner. Are you going to review the Elon interview with us? Which Elon? I think you meant Rogan. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Terry Berry. Thank you very, very much, Terry Berry. Very, Terry. Thank you. Regina Phalange. Barry, what are we going to do about all the cheating that's happening already, especially in Virginia with the judges? I think this is where you got to move into the next phase, and we got to be talking about lawsuits at this point. And it's going to have to go all the way to Supreme Court. Too many of these lower court judges have their hand in a cookie jar. They're going to have to go all the way up. Mega Mama, thank you for sticking out with us. Love to our Golden Dark MAGA president as well. Absolutely. Yoshi 504, Trump should give fathers more power in family court. Yeah, I can say that. Melvin Vega, how could it be that newcomers can vote in Virginia and Puerto Ricans from the island of Puerto Rico can't vote in a presidential election being American citizens? That's a very good question. Very good question. Marcus Anderson, is Trump wearing black velvet? Black and dark MAGA is very real. Cool look, yeah, definitely had a cool look. Susan Lauterbach, we need Poland's immigration policy. 0 tolerance for newcomers. One of the safest countries, no terrorist threats. These woke lefties would never let us do that. Marcus Anderson, again, Trump and Sebastian will be great friends. Who's Sebastian? I'm having a brain fart there. Mama Mima, wasn't Bay paid $2 million? I don't know. I hope they're not throwing around that kind of money just for people to show up and make a speech, because Lizzo got 2. Barry, coming to Florida, we should kick it. All right, well, DM me. Let me know where you're going to be. Saying you're coming to Florida, it's kind of a big state. You could be in Jacksonville. That's like 6 hours away. DVM Uncharted, thank you. Nix, thank you. Heather Munoz, H-Town needs to be smudged. I can feel evil vibes lurking my way from here in Stafford, Texas. Thanks, Barry. Oh, Barry, you're up. Thank you. And DVM, thank you very much. Donna, I voted today and Trump was not on my ballot. It was blank. What? Where? Where are you? I had to vote all over again and then it showed up. Check your ballots. Wow. Ray Smith, late night, Barry, thank you for staying up. Thank you guys, give me the energy. And Doc Mojo, thank you for all you do. Great to spend Friday night with you. And we're almost into Saturday morning at this point. So thank you very much. So let me show you something. I think I kept it. Let me open up this window. I think I kept Trump's tweet. Anyway, Trump had posted, if you screw around, I'm gonna put you in jail. That's pretty much what the tweet said. Let me see if I kept it. If I wanted to show. Okay, yeah, here it is. Okay. Where is it? He had one here. Okay, he's got one. There's 2 different tweets I want to show you that Trump posted. Both of them are kind of ominous, but he's showing people he means absolute business. Let me see if I can find the other one before you guys all take off. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to find it. It was a warning. If not, I'll get it for tomorrow and I'll have it. I'm scrolling pretty fast through all his stuff. In any event, what he had said in the tweet was, if you do this stuff, you're going to jail. That's what's going to happen. You're gonna go to jail. Oh, I think I do have it. I think it's this one. Let me get to it real quick here. This one. All right. This was today at 2 o'clock. This is after that ruling took place. Cease and desist, which are legal terms, obviously. I, together with many attorneys and legal scholars, am watching the sanctity of the 2024 presidential election very closely because I know better than most the rampant cheating and skullduggery that has taken place by the Democrats in the 2020 presidential election. It was a disgrace to our nation. Therefore, And here he comes. The 2024 election, where votes have just started being cast, will be under the closest professional scrutiny. All right? And when I win, those people that cheated will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences so that this depravity of justice does not happen again. We cannot let our country further devolve into a third world nation, and we won't, in big letters. Please be aware that this legal exposure extends to lawyers, political operatives, donors, illegal voters, and corrupt election officials. Those involved in unscrupulous behavior will be sought out, caught, and prosecuted at...
To an Alexa Answers contributor. Someone who secretly works with others to carry out dishonest actions.
You hear this? It's talking to me in the background. Those involved in unscrupulous behavior will be sought out, caught, and prosecuted at levels, unfortunately, never seen before in our country. He knows something. They have traps in place. He's going to execute. These people are toast. They're in trouble. You don't put something out like that unless you really, really, really are talking to some people and letting them know it's about to come in hard. SV just texted me and said 1776 just came in with a late super chat again for $100. Thank you very, very, very much for everything that you do. All right, you guys need to basically go to sleep, get some rest, come back 11:30 tomorrow morning. Whew. And you know what I got to start doing? I got to start building a library of additional material that I can play when he's late. So I'll have, from now on, I'll promise you this, I will have a bank of stories to go to talk about. I'll probably bank 20 stories that I can pull and we can talk about in case somebody's late. Count on it. It happened to me once today. That's it. I'll know from now on. If he's going to be late, I got plenty of material for you. All right, talk to you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.